Just a few more seconds. Making sure all lights are green. I think safe to assume that everything is working fine. Good afternoon, and maybe even good weekend. In some parts of the world, I think it's already Saturday. So let's start the stream by doing a bit of cleaning, housekeeping. Last time, before the stream, I messed up with the file system and the Git repo. So there was a massive cleanup, and I think along the way I butchered the git ignore file, which is trying to push the meta files for Godot. Any file that you see marked as .import is a meta file, so that's how Godot keeps track of settings. But they don't need to be uploaded, so I will have to change some stuff. And after that, we gain some information about the way particles work in Godot. I remember writing down what cases are relevant, and I have to transfer all that knowledge to this project's book. So I need to do a bit of cleanup, and along the way, we'll remember what those settings are, and I will warm up to the core matter at hand or on hand, which is binding the weather data to snow particles. That's going to be the main task of today. I considered 80% done last time because like I said, that knowledge that we gained, which properties in particles would be relevant, we have to find the proper data sections, proper data points in our data file. That long and complicated system where I took the numerical data and I encoded it in an image, and there's a decoding process. So we have to get this hour's weather data and then apply that to the particles, so we get to decide which way it's snowing, how fast it's snowing, that kind of thing. So that's going to be done today after this housekeeping. So let's see where we are with the import. Let's look at the git ignore in the project, which is here. This excludes the import folder, which is this. But then we still have custom imports in. Well, let's just see one of them. Stuff like this. Yeah, models, P's, that kind of models. Yeah, this is a real file. This is a meta file for this one. This one doesn't have an associated import because this is already sort of like a Godot file type. It's used by Godot. This is more like a generic thing. So anytime you have something not Godot specific, then you'll have import. Either way, we need to exclude those things. So I believe writing this might trick. Okay. Here. And we now have to tell the we have to stage this first so that it actually understands the rest is not needed. I believe I might have there's a global git ignore that I've been using too. Maybe I actually change that bit. This one. Yeah, I will actually do it here. See if it's going to make any difference. Yeah. Okay, stage selected. Say self-explanatory. Commit. Push. This is the part I don't usually get. Like, okay, we just push some changes. Did I mess this up again? Here. What am I missing here? Did I not save this file? I did, because it showed it here. A little bit confused. There's absolutely zero change. This one looks slightly different than the, where is it? Weird. Okay, as far as I know, when you do stuff like this, it doesn't matter if this file ending with exe is in a nested folder. So we don't really need to do something like this, right? Or sorry, this. Whatever folder you're in, you don't really need to do this, right? Okay. Ignore Godot imports. Hit ignore. So I edit the import directory, but not the assets for their import files. I in fact actually want to include the import files because they are kind of created for you when you pull it. We discussed this sometime in the summer, whether to ignore the import files, not the folder, specific import files or not. And I think the decision was to ignore them. And my confusion right now is that they are kind of back because I messed up with the git ignore file. Let's look at, yeah, this is the same file. As stupid as it sounds, close source tree. I know there's a refresh button and I did. I'm at that point to say like fuck it, import it anyway. Okay, back to the original madness. So let me do multiple commits here. I'll keep this with the imports. So these three got some changes because of the recreating the missing part. So let's do these. It's selected. This is introduces or factors in the scale. This was about 19 degrees Celsius, showing as 190 in the data. So we took care of those divisions. So it's everything is divided by 10 now for these two. Commit. It's done. Let's look at the rest. It's like import. This is about translation. I have no idea why this should have changed. Oh, because of this perhaps. This is modified. I think this is one of those Godot things that after the initial import, it thinks it's changing these files. I want to look in those files just out of curiosity, but I don't think there's anything relevant there. Or I'm wrong. This looks like a binary file created by Godot. Huh. Yeah, let me open that file in Godot. I'm curious. I haven't created that file, that's why I'm not familiar. First ban of the day in the chat. It happens. I see. So it is a Godot thing. Station. So there is, I guess, a resource. Station. Okay, interesting. Hash translation. This is something I'll have to look into in further stages of the development. For now, we'll see. Let's import these or stage those. Stage selected. Let's call this first import. Let's not push every single time. I'll push at the end. Import. There are some models. At this point, I'm kind of confident that all this is import, except we have in VFX. There is a work scene VFX. Yeah, these guys are weather related. So I'm just going to make a blanket statement, and from this point on, we will go a bit more carefully and in detail about particular systems. So yeah, like these four, what are what we worked on last time. So I'll make a blanket statement and I'll say weather madness first import setup. That's about it. Oh, stage all. Commit. And we are done here. Now let's do the knowledge transfer, and I'll be talking about some of the stuff we discovered last time. So we said, first thing I see here, radial acceleration is a big no. What do I mean? Let's go to snow. This is a particles material. Let's open particles. This is not needed. This is going to be needed. Nope, maybe not. So okay, we have snow and we can double click this. So anything we change here is going to change this. So we said no radial acceleration. Just to recap, this is applied to each particle. They make the particles accelerate away from origin. So there is an origin here in the scene. This particle system, or the origin, is right above the house here. Although it is choosing a box here, volume. The source is here, but the particles are filling the box, and that is adjusted here. So the radial acceleration, although there is the word origin, it doesn't necessarily mean the particle system's origin. It means the particle's origin itself. So in this box is if a certain particle is coming down, it's part of this volume, that's what its origin is. So when we change the angle, we change the acceleration, as soon as they start to fall down, they are part of the world, then they have a radial acceleration. This is what we found out. Kind of work randomly. We actually figured out a way to eliminate the randomness. By randomness, I mean, here's a question. I'm adjusting the acceleration here, so this should do something about the speed, but all of a sudden the particles are no longer coming down, they are coming towards me. So what is the determining factor for these particles to come towards me? Why did they not go away from me, or to, like in a different angle, different direction? That is the problem part. If I disable the acceleration, then they fall down. So the default for this XYZ is, I believe it's X1, Y0, and Z0. We found out, we are guessing internally, this is still thinking that these coordinate systems are or these coordinates are the default values. So this is going to push things in x. So when I say 5, they are accelerating in x, and you can actually see the x here. So it still thinks of this as 1, 0, 0. Now to remedy this, you can force the particles to come down y, because that's the gravity direction, and they behave themselves. But then you kind of end up controlling many different things. So we chose this scenario of keeping this -1 without the radial acceleration seemed fine. So that's why we marked it as radial accelerates from center though, not just on x. Actually, in this case, it's x, but I was just saying that it's internally, it's assuming this is still 1, 0, 0. This guy. This is stuff that you and I discovered last time, actually. There was some weirdness about having gravity on or off. Or maybe upstream I found out after you left. Having this set to default, this guy behaves itself, but when this is 0, it thinks this is 1, 0, 0. And it's coming to you, like in the x. So it's still doing its job, but you have to have something else set to default values like this one. So now let's look at this case when this is 5.5 or 0. This actually works too, because this says that this actually essentially means acceleration. Whenever you see gravity, it's acceleration in a sense. But in physics classes, I think the shorthand formula was, if you assume gravity is 10 meters per second, in the first second you travel 5 meters, then in the second second you travel 10. There was this like 5, 10, some rule, like you multiply, like it just works out like in those multiplies of 5. Anyway, it's going to constantly accelerate the particle. Whether it's a good thing or not, it's debatable. But if this is on, then this actually works fine. So when you adjust this, they scatter around. So this may be something you want. But then again, why did they choose to only come in X? There is no angle notation here. So we'll actually set that to 0 for now. So I will first off write that down in the Urban Farmer book. So radial acceleration, no. I said no. And we said we will definitely use scale. So that's a check. Initial velocity, we said definitely. That's a check. Then we said we could use linear acceleration for simulating dust. And let's quickly talk about that. If I increase the acceleration, so there's this blowing down effect. Everything is coming down faster. So when we change the angle, things like this direction stuff, yeah. So now it's snowing from this direction to this direction, and now we can calm things down or not. Dust is up. Here, the weird thing is if you go in the negatives, then snow suddenly feels like it's trying to climb up. We will clamp that. You look at straight down with that high radial, straight down. Set this to 0 in case. Linear acceleration should be in the direction. Yes, it keeps the directionality. The radial part is, yeah, this is really not that predictable in my opinion. A little bit needs some tweaks, or I don't know. For wild looking things, it's okay, but I think we are trying to create something that is predictable and deterministic. So linear acceleration is for gust. Then we said tangential acceleration. That also got a big no. Now the tangential stuff is like radial, except it's in the perpendicular axis. So let's say for the red and the blue axis, the tangential would be this green thing. So it's kind of going to be, it's like in the 3D world, it's normal. Let's turn it up and then you'll know what I mean. It considers this as its axis of truth, and it's going in circles like this. This is great to create turbulence. This is still something we might investigate for things looking wild, like wind picking up snow, that kind of thing. This is when you don't really have that much chance to see particles going down. It's as if everything is flying, but they don't really have a chance to get down. This is that edge case. So if you scale this down to smaller values, then yeah, there is some stuff kind of escaping the turbulence and going down. But here's the weird thing about that origin. I understand your explanation. In most cases, the origin meant if a particle is originating here in this box, but not necessarily from the particle system origin. This one, it acts more like the particle system origin. So that's why there's a bit of wording weirdness there on Godot's interface. Or that my interpretation here is wrong, they still consider their origin too. Actually, speaking of which, yeah, I see particles starting here and going in different directions. So yeah, this is not the particle system origin. It still considers the particles origin. Yeah. Yeah. So I said a big no, but maybe we'll use this for this cloudy snow effect. Maybe. They are choosing this as the axis to turn around. And then if we go in the opposite direction, then they will start turning. Like, they still consider the origin is still where they start in the area, but there's a certain kind of like a big origin point here too, which sort of makes sense. So if we do the same thing with the radial, this is really starting from here and going in all directions. So this is sort of blowing things away, as it said, accelerate away from origin. So that's why this is probably going to be a determined no. This one, perhaps. This one, definitely. We are doing this. That works. Yeah, the visually it looked like X, but I think I'm correcting myself. You're right. Looking at it from the top, this is actually you're right. This is from the center and away in each direction. When I looked at it from this way, I did not quite see some of these particles blown away. It still felt like they were kind of coming towards me. I guess that's my perspective. Even these are trying to go away, but it's as if they are sort of coming my way. It just looks weird. Technically, these are going away, especially if you look from here. But our camera angle will be this. And here they always feel like they are coming towards you. I don't feel like in this quadrant things are going away. This is weird. That is definitely weird. Yeah, we'll look at it from the top, then it checks out. Like the math, the explanation, everything checks out, but that's not what the reality is going to be. Like in this game, this is going to be the camera angle. So this will definitely not cut it. Well, I mean, this is a nice looking effect, but it's not straightforward sense. Scale did it. Then we said damping plus angle, big no. Damping. This is when they come down and there's a dampening effect and they slow down and stop and they just hang in the air. I don't think this is important. This angle, we said angle no, but I think this is going to be important. After the fact, I thought this angle is. Here's the reason why. Everything is falling flat. And by everything, I mean there's a 3D model assigned to the particle. But we say this model is the particle that is going to be generated from the system. But when these guys are created, they should have some angle. Let's do 45 degrees. Now, when we do 45, I believe they are still considering there is individual velocity tweaking you could do. We could, which is this, with the randomness and initial velocity. So that's the starting conditions, which is good. The angling could use some help. So we would have some of these guys look like this or this or this. Problem is, I think this angle is working only around its y-axis. So this 45 is taking an object like this and sort of rotating it around itself, around its center. We would like to see it sort of tilted every which way, yeah, right? And this is just creating randomness in the angle value, but not the direction. It's still going to be the same. Yeah, initial rotation applied. Now, I also discovered something about flags here, which made it possible or impossible to rotate and align things. Now, we should be able to rotate along y-axis too. That's why this is not happening. Let's do y. I believe. Let's also not do the variation here. No randomness. I just want to see them 45-degree. This. There you go. Because when we say disable Z, it's a problematic case. Remove this. Is angle around direction vector? It's just the angle. I think the max is going to be. That's weird. Once only applied when disable Z or flag rotate Y are true. Or the special material billboard particles are turned on. Yeah, the funny thing is disable Z no depth 2D particle effect, and to that end they are suggesting billboard particles. So let's go to the particle, the material, which should be here. This is the one. So this must have this. Billboard mode, particle billboards. Save this from here. You were setting up a virtual effects for your shotgun. So yeah, I had to do a dip into. Oh, that's a what is the expression? Rabbit hole. All that HDRP, URP, all that stuff. I spent only half an hour, and I said, "Fuck this shit." So I don't envy you. Luck. Yeah. That's actually probably at that point I used Unity the last time. That was it for me. That was the breaking point, sort of like last straw for me. It's like, this is it, man. I'm not getting into this. So we do have angle now. Would be nice though if that angle also changed. Let's not align the Y, so maybe they will change in different directions. They don't. Now they are all facing the same. However, if we increase the randomness, doesn't do shit. In fact, I think having the billboard is overriding this. Let's see. You did enough to spawn 10 particles randomly in a sphere with emission. Use that for each pellet, nothing else. Let's see. Yeah, I may have to go back to the billboard settings. Let's keep this 45 and 1. This is set. Should be here. Let's stay enabled. You know, one thing I haven't done when I do this, there's, yeah, this thing. Particles animation. The new section opens up here. So let's see. But this is what that other setting was saying we should be. That's why. Yeah, loop it. I feel loopy, so. They are still generated at the same angle. Let's look here again. It clearly says billboard particles, so just feed a sprite sheet to it and it works. Yeah, but this is the 3D particle system, so it should be using 3D models. So there is another particles here for 2D. This one. So at a glance, this is the setting for 2D particles, and this is the 3D. I'm closing everything. So the 3D is requiring a 3D model, which is under draw passes, and this one is textures. This is when you attach a sprite sheet or texture files. So this is already giving that natural sort of billboard look anyway with the sprite, because that is usually camera angle. We want some depth and substance in these snowflakes. So going 3D, following this model, because we are going to see some of the polar snowflakes, more like needles, maybe. So what they are suggesting in the 3D workflow is that you still start off with a model, but you render the model as like it's billboard. So it's a visual trick. So the shader is taking care of that. Yeah, you could totally apply a texture to a quad. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, I could just literally try it right now, but let's see. This is where you attach the texture here. Let's see. Let's put this stupid icon. Let's not enable this. This is the snow, and you can actually see it's half of it is the logo white, and the other half is the white, because the UV map is not good. For that particle using so I'm guessing you are saying instead of having this real 3D object, well, plane is also a 3D object, but this has more vertices. imagine it's a quad, which we could do with the plane or even quad, and then apply texture. But then my question to you is this: how am I going to simulate this one? So I could just do that for this shape's sake, but then I have things. The one that I'm working on right now is something like this. I will have a similar shape taller. I will have something way narrower than this, like this, and then taller. I don't think I can simulate those with just textures and planes. I make sprites for it, but I mean, I don't think no matter how carefully you design those sprites, it will give you uh, sort of this feeling of like real stuff is falling, right? I'm afraid it's going to look too flat. But we could snow objects that actually have your logo. That's nice. We discovered that. Might be. But I'm actually like the ones that actually fly close to the camera. You get to see them, and that's when things will look awkward. And I don't want to create two different systems. Just one for the far layer with the sprites, and then the close layer. It's a whole other workflow to synchronize both to look decent. But I'm not at the like the performance point yet. Just discovering the. I have to tie in the weather conditions to the way these things flow. We may have to discover your suggestion when performance becomes an issue, because it's honestly just coming here and making a few tweaks. That's it. We could definitely do that later. So your suggestion feels like it's optimizing too early, perhaps. I have bigger fish to fry right now. But suggestions are always welcome. I think, yeah, it could use some help, and in 4.0 they are revamping it. Compared to Unity, yeah, the settings here, options you work with, I must say it feels limited. There's still a lot you can do, but some things are not straightforward. Most definitely. Like, for example, this angle thing is kind of weird. But regardless of the shape right now, this angle thing is different. Whether it's a plane or a honeycomb shape, it still would look not randomly rotated, you know. They should be fit with the VFX graph system. Oh, I missed the previous message. Unity went overboard with the particle upgrade. Yeah. I think so, yeah. So I'll try to pull up the documentation for maybe the particles. They actually have the new documentation. This is, let's go to latest. I think this is the 4 point, yeah. Um, let's just say particles. Hello. This one. I'm just looking at these names to see if there are new things. I kind of remember reading somewhere that they were going to make changes. This list doesn't look any different than the 3D. Like the third version of Godot. I think this sort of stuff is new. Maybe this is what I remember. The tractor. And then the collision system with the particles, or for the particles. Maybe that's what I remember is the changes, but not the not this stuff. Well, they still have at least another year, so they might actually do it too. Okay, this is fine. Let's go back to this bad boy. This one. Let's enable this without doing this. I still don't think just having this is going to make any difference. It does, but it's okay. This is actually going in the right direction ish. Slow down. It's 45. It's always the same angle. Change the angle. This doesn't do anything. You know what? I'm just going to give this values. No. Yeah, we should not touch radial at all. Yeah. Can I turn off the shadow on the particles themselves? I think I can. Where? I don't know. Good question though. Should be able to. I like the fact that they cast shadow, but you're saying that's me saying it, but you're saying they also receive shadow because it looks like all of them do receive shadows now, and that would be a big save. That might actually be a big. If you're considering the dark spot on this sort of edge, like you saw, I think that's just that might be shadow. You're right. Which might be here in this particle. It's one of these. Do not receive shadows. Done. Do not receive shadows. I think that dark spot is the logo itself wrapping. What we could do is most likely remove the remove this, so then they are white. I don't think that's a shadow. Or, yeah, I see what you mean. There's a dark spot there. This side is always dark. There's also, what's that setting? Unshaded. Let's turn this on. That's it. So when it's unshaded, then that dark spot will go away. It's not shadow, but it still shades it. But this is more like it. And we would have wanted it to be white anyway. Just a minute ago, it wasn't as white as this. It was gray because it was shading it. So it wasn't shadow, but it was taking the ambient light from the world, and it was graying it out a bit. That is gone. Now it's pure white. There's none of that other thing. Let's slow this down a bit more. I think I'm seeing some okay, this is working, I think. This angle random. Most of the particles are, how can I describe it? It's as if they are rotated around Z axis. Most of them are, their normals are going this way. Occasionally though, some of them are going this way. I'm going to increase this angle. I'm going to make it 180. See what happens. Now you get super white particles in the houses. Let me see. Super white particles in the house shadow. Ah, yeah, that's it. There, because when they are not shaded, they are going to look glaringly white. And it sticks out. Okay, so what we can do, we'll do this. Yes, let's do this too. Save this. Yeah, it's automatically saved anyway. So there's that shade back again. So this is the one, disable ambient light, so we won't actually let it be affected by. So it's going to be as, let me see. It's gonna try to be as white as possible, and it is actually more white than before. Does it stick out here? Well, it should still be white enough, but yeah, there is going to be some translucency too and transparency. In fact, you can make it transparent like this, but then you need to enable the blend mode. You know what? This is still too optimizing. It's fun, but it's really not adding any value right now to the project, as much as it sounds fun. I really need to focus on this. Here's the wind speed. Here's the direction. Let them actually be blown in that direction. I'd rather take care of that than particles look. I'll play with that some other time, maybe. I don't know. Because then I will run out of fuel soon. So then angling, as far as information knowledge transfer, angling is something we keep. Angle is okay. That's all the information we kind of need to transfer today. Let's see how we can tackle the wind condition. But I'd be willing to listen to your shotgun or read your shotgun experiment. So that worked as you wanted it? System to have a good velocity downwards. Yeah, I will change the initial velocity to higher really, definitely. So if we are going, if we are assuming x and z here are the directions, let this go a little bit faster. Oh, not that. Having one, this is zx1, so here's the direction. They're coming towards us. If I do -1, it's going to snow in the opposite. This, which is good. So we will normalize it like that. Or we'll have interim values too based on if it says northwest, that kind of thing. We'll figure that out. So you built new arena. The new arena looks like this. Let's check it out. Ooh. So lava here too. Cool. Wind direction and vector too then. Yeah, I'm already getting the wind direction. Like it's already a vector, like but in numbers, 220 is like northwestish. I'll convert it to unit vectors, so it'll be easy enough. So this is roof, okay. I see some kind of bridge here, and then there's the underpass. So under this roof, there's this platform, I'm guessing. So it will continue around. It's hard to see from this light, but I think I see, it's coming all the way around here, okay. Maybe intermediate wrap. I'm not sure what wrap means in that case, but yeah, going back to the arena, 3 circles. There is the, yeah, I see the buttresses. I see there's a bigger circle here too. look at this one. Yeah. So there's the ground. Stairs to the platform here, and that's the rooftop that I was seeing. Yeah. So I think I was either standing right here or here. This. Yeah, most likely I was standing here. Cool stuff. Nice. It looks so, but the space will work for the gameplay, which is... Yeah. And is there something important here in the middle, like a capture event, or some like area to protect, perhaps? Spawn spot, I see. Cool. And any way to get on this rooftop? 3 lights. Yeah, I noticed this is not lit here. The spots here. Great or lower, yeah, here. Because I was thinking, if you have a way to get on rooftop, are you gonna be able to jump over? Is it too far? Too far? I don't know. Sniping point, perhaps. 3 weapons so far. Ah. 3 is bigger than 1, so it's good. Cool stuff. So yeah, I see what you mean with the grate here. Jump. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Is there going to be pickup, like maybe crates to pick up, line up against walls to increase your chance to get up on higher surfaces? It's a whole other mechanic, of course. Depending on game mode definition. Yeah. If I may make another suggestion to this level, having some kind of tunnel maybe may either increase your production timeline or make it super fun. So people might choose to hide there. And someone is in the tunnel, they may be ambushed from both ends, that kind of thing. It may not be relevant in this level, but something that connects this area to sort of like under the walls, under the structure, and then it opens up here. Some people want to rush to that tunnel to camp it, that sort of stuff. High ground, yeah. Cool. Yeah. Nice job. Yep. Yeah, this looks like a big event here. I mean, since last time you showed me, this is a huge progress in my mind. And the possibilities that it invites you to implement. Cool stuff. Nice. But yeah, it has that feeling that it's slapped together, but it already looks nice. Like has enough stuff going on that you could pick off, and then set scripts and such. You could get started easily. Now I'm gonna go back to the wind direction. See where I wrote that script. There is there's the weather interface in here. I believe no, there's a whole other. No, it is here. Yeah, the game flow regarding the geometry is definitely. Weather condition. So there is a wind. Wind direction, there it is. Weather system get measurement for wind direction. So it was sort of in there. When you get the direction, you get the raw number. There is a separate mechanism that is. I remember writing it somewhere. Okay, if this is the deal. Oh, there it is. It has its own script. Ah. Okay, so it gets the value. We set the value. There's a setter and getter here, I bet. There it is. Then we say, okay, we keep the internal values for direction and speed, which is fine. Then there's the text value. Then we say, this is it. There is direction to label. Good. This does the lookup from the directions here. This is the text display. Now, at some point, we'll convert that numerical value, the integer value, to vector 2 or vector 3, depending on which way we look at it. The direction is not float. It's the degree, the angle, from 0 to 350. That's how they kept it in. Let's see. Toronto. This one. Excel. This one. So they are keeping the wind direction as a degree, like a compass degree. So 0 is true north, and 270 is west, that kind of thing. So I'm taking this number and I'm converting it to textual representation like this. So we'll do something like that. We'll take this number and we'll say, well, when you see 270, 270 means, let's go here, game. If you look at it, look at the house from top. 270 means it's this way. And 0 will be this. 90 will be this. So anything in between, we have to adjust the x and z. Y is always going to be -1. And why is it going to be always -1? Because it's y. I'm making word jokes here. Because y is always like coming down. So this is not going to change. So that is why y is going to be -1. So being silly. Yeah. So I will take the 220 or whatever. I will calculate x and z. I will assume this is always -1. I will output vector 3, and that vector 3 will be given here. So essentially, when the wind is changing, so let's run the game. I'm already speeding things up here for the sake of seeing this change fast enough. Normally, every tick of the game clock is not going to move the time an hour. It's going to move it in 5 minutes. But for the sake of updating this interface fast, everything is running a little bit fast. So when this guy is changing, particularly this wind direction, that is going to change this in the background. And then this speed is going to change this initial velocity. And this is already sort of mapped properly, luckily. I'm already doing some kind of conversion to display it in kilometers per hour, but internally it's kept as meters per second. So whatever value we are getting, we are just going to slap it here. We already know direction under the system. Yeah, it's just manipulating the x and z. So I'm gonna grab some water and convert these values of like multiplies of 10 to proper x and z. Yeah, I got the wind speed. This is actually meters per second. This is 2.6 meters per second. That 2.6 meters will literally be there, like right there. It's going to be 2.6. That's why I've been going nuts about this data flow. I want to do as little as possible. So after I grab some water, I'll be here. The stream won't be on breaks. The stream won't show the break screen. I'm around. I'm coming back. Not straight conversion. No, there's not going to be any conversion at all. This is already in meters per second, so this is Godot keeps the units uses what was the name I'm looking for? The international standard units. So this is already meters per second. Since that velocity isn't flat, I see that's the continuation of the previous sentence. It is velocity as the magnitude of the direction above. Yeah, I think it'll be good enough once I. That's today's stream goal actually, which is when I run the game, if I see these values change, I see something visually reflecting these variations, then we are at a good point. Speaking of which, I have also finished this too. So now we are at really binding the weather data to snow particles. If wind speed is 10, it is in velocity. Technically, it is not. Yeah. Because when they say 10, let's close this. It's like yeah, we are kind of treating like combining both things here. In real life, there's this is just the wind direction and the speed. It's not the speed of snow, of course. I'm considering the speed snow will be sort of the snow speed will be the wind speed. Of course, that's a false assumption, but we'll see how it feels. So, yeah, maybe we'll use some kind of multiplier that will say wind speed times 2. We'll see. And also, I have to do this too. This is going to show the wind picking up and slowing down occasionally. I may have that information buried somewhere here. One of these identifiers is talking about wind gust. We'll see. Let's do the basic. So, I believe here, yes, I'm already choosing the snow type. When time is passed, this is the right way of doing it. Let's just shamelessly print out weather system, get measurement for what are we looking for? We are looking for wind speed. Okay, just output this. You say what? Output overflow, print less text. Who is outputting this? Wow. Okay. This is kind of bad news. Who is outputting all this? It will be 10 meters per second. Yeah, I might have to do something fancy like that to convert the vertical drop to uh, the the proper angle and the direction. Yeah, I may have to calculate the. It's trigonometry. It can be done for sure. Can be. We may always fudge a few things around. So, where is this coming from? So this is. There a method to this madness? Let's see. It's always one. Okay. After the original madness, this is the wind speed. Why did I get this speed instead of direction? Now we have the same problem. So occasionally we will have that problem. Seems to go away when I clear. Because the buffer is okay. Oh. Is this part of the add-on? This is only when variety is selected. We could remove this too. Can't be this. Just slapping the meters per second into the... I think it will be good enough, yeah. Hopefully I'll get there after... Okay, instead of outputting the direction, which I think is going to give 220 or something, let's convert that to 220 or one of these to first vector 2, and then I'll easily convert it to vector 3. So what is our assumption here? Let's say this should result in -1. Double check. Don't assume. Assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups. Is this positive x? It is. I can see it. Is this positive z? It is. So then in a sense, we should be looking at it like this. Okay. So when I see 270, so this is sort of true north. When I see 0, it should be It is in fact true north because I put these two markers marking north and east. That checks out. So 0 should be this. Let's write it down because the old brain don't remember. Doesn't remember stuff these days that much. Okay. I'm going to create a function here for now. It's called for now function. The assumption is that 0 will be mapped to a vector of 1, -1, 0. For argument's sake, I'm dropping the y. So is -1. Then 270 will be mapped to. It should be mapped to 0, -1. I think we'll do some dot product. Let's do something like this. Var, let's call it vector2. No, vector2. Let's just do basic this vector. Okay, unit vector. You don't just do it like this. You have to this, and then most likely we will convert the we could actually kind of do it this way. So let's call it wind direction. Let's convert this number. This is degree to radians. Wind direction. Okay. What does this give us? It gives us float. Gives me arrow pointing positive always. Well, it kind of is and it isn't. You'd be surprised. In here, if you go this way, you're right. When did I actually see it sort of flip? It's as if... Am I confusing myself? You're absolutely right. That's what I was expecting to... Was it in another application? I think for the sake of being helpful, they flip this way, like... But yeah, this is what I would have assumed too. It's like positive. So my mind is going to dot products. Let's investigate that too. There's also the cross, which returns the cross product of this vector. At some point, we will normalize things. Should be here. Returns the vector scale to unit length, so we could always get those. But we don't want to get absolute ones. Do we? We don't, because we want to keep the directionality of this. So in other words, this could be minimum or maximum, whichever way you look at it, -1. But when you say 0.5, -0.5, look at it from top. And let me rotate this. Okay, it considers this as the top left, and then it's growing this way, right? See, this angle looks like 340, 50. As this is getting bigger, closer to 0, like this. Then Z is taking over. It's going more like this. Good question. Is there no good vector2 method to use the degree and cast it directly? If there is, I can't remember off the top of my head. Never seen it. Yeah, I think that I saw that flip thing in a different application. However, the question you're asking is a good one. Returns the vector rotated by phi radians. I think this kind of might be it. This might be it. It sounds a bit awkward, but this might do the trick. So say this is like the default vector, right? 1, 1. Is it? 1, 1. No, it's not. I said 0 is the case where it's going north, which is this. Yes. 1, 0. Okay. Now, depending on the angle, the radian value, when the radian value is increasing, well, in this case it's not radian, but let's assume it's radian. When we say from here, if we go around 270 degrees, the direction should be going this way, which means the default vector of 1, 0, you need to calculate its rotated value after this much rotation, which is this shit. Okay. This is giving us a vector 2. Again, we have no shame. Let's just do this. Call this new. This, depending on this, too many console logs or whatever, we'll either get to see this or not. Let's not do this. By the way, should do this. Yes. Calculate the direction, pass the direction. You are kind of good to go. Relying on that, you can set x to dot against west and z. Let's see how this works. Of course, this shit is not working. But what I can do now is let's set this to 0, 1, just like this. Actually, no, 1. This is the default. Let's make the default compatible. Now, this print is finicky, just like I'm doing it here. When I access the snow, actually this, I need to access the process material. I cannot just access its direction. There is no such thing. I need to access the process materials. However, it doesn't know what kind of material is. Right? Could have been a special material, which has a different set of properties. You cannot. This doesn't really know if it's a particles material. However, this will be fine in like at runtime. And here we'll do new x minus 1, new z. Actually y, because this is vector 2. Let's see. Let's go. Remember that vector 2 would cast the second value to y. I think it looks right, yeah. This is gonna gradually change. It never goes nuts. But I think we have a winner. I saw some of them sort of like, yeah, go this way, and like mid-flight they suddenly start to change direction, which is cool. It's just not happening fast enough, so that's why it breaks the illusion. But if only we could have this value change east, northwest. I think this is, let me see, gotta remember where I put those markers. Okay, this, yeah. When it's suddenly switched to west, the fact that they all came right, like aligned to this fence, was looking right. Because when I see northwest or northwest, it's mostly west and then slightly this way. So this is the north direction. The northwest, this makes sense in my mind. Please keep changing. Okay, west, purely this. I want to see south, and then we should see something getting towards us. I could switch to a different day, which will change the. This is like the first days of January. North, okay, definitely going away from us, which is good. I think we have a winner. Let's speed up the clock. I'm not sure if this is doing anything because I really messed up the internal timers. Yeah, let's switch to a different day. So let's say we are at day 22. Go. East. Okay, for a brief moment it went this way. Also, it stopped snowing. Why? Well, that actually was cool. However, I don't remember writing that code, whether the snow should stop or not. Did I write that code? It's as if there was no snow and it stopped, but it kind of felt accidental. Like, I don't remember writing that code. Yeah, below 0 it started snow. Okay, just This is good. It's going east, northeast. I think it is working like a charm, really. So I think I deserve some coffee for this. Cheap prices. I should be popping champagne, but coffee will do. Yeah, spawning. I think somewhere I must have written a very basic uh, line of code when temperature is over 0, stop snow. If not, let it snow. Of course, that's gonna be tied to the real, like whether it's snowing or not. We'll do that. So when it does snow, hopefully, yeah. Now it's southwest. We really see it coming towards us. So this is west. This is south. So, and let's not forget that the camera angle is perspective. It's no longer orthographic. So there's going to be slightly different perspective, but the direction is perfect. So if we look at southeast, we should see things flying this way. East being this direction, south this direction. Cool. I think it looks right. It feels right. Let's attach the speed. I'm actually curious where I wrote that code. It's over 0. Stop snowing. Why? Like, where did if anything? This is not the area I wanted to mess with. Definitely, that's why I'm cleaning things up, sort of writing from scratch. But apparently, somewhere there is something that is affecting it. Fuck it. Let's see. For now, we are still here. Process material. Direction. Initial velocity. You know what would be nice? Let's call it the material. Okay. This is going to be particles material. Okay. Cast it to this. And then you say the material, this. What the? Then we can do things like this. Initial velocity will be this instead of speed. Sorry, speed instead of wind direction. And I'm cutting this out. Wind direction is going to be here. It's going to be for now. I will tidy this up as I go. Let's see. You probably have a proper local weather class. There is actually, yeah, it's in a singleton somewhere. Yeah, this was left in a mess way before I started implementing the accurate weather data. So it's one of those things that I'm considering. Feels like it's not good stream material, right? There's this stuff that I'm writing. There's this stuff, which is empty. And there's some other spread out things that are not singletons, but attached to the visual elements. They should not be attached to visual elements. They should act more like sort of independent AI systems, that kind of thing. So 2-3 people have worked on this, and it's a mess, let's say. So I'm kind of torn between doing something interesting during stream, but also doing something right for the project too. Sometimes it's inevitable. I have to sit down and fix it. This is going to be fixed right away, by the way. So let's try the speed. Ooh. I can already see the impact. And temperature is over 0. Fix in. Okay, 8, 9, pretty much same speed, 13. I think it really picked up. Calm down a bit. Well, now it stops snowing. Let it snow, man. I picked a very horrible date. I'm going back to the early days. Let's go 10 days back. Okay, this is fast. Definitely. But is it discernible fast? Like, okay. I think I'm going to focus on this number and what I'm seeing in the background. I constantly keep looking left and right. I'm either missing this number. Okay, this is fast. Slow down. When the normal game speed is in place. Okay, this feels, I see everything looks slowed down. When I saw 4 and 5, things looked slowed down. Yeah, refactoring feels like cleaning the cupboards after 2 years, you know, cleaning the pantry, right? There's so much junk. Let's see. Catch up. Yeah, refactoring feels cool. So you're saying the start stop snowing should just affect spawning new particles. Yeah, there is going to be that too. Yeah. I agree. We'll make improvements to this. But I really like the spread and such. You know, when we see 4 here, essentially what is happening under the hood is this kilometers per hour. I think we multiply this the meters per second, you multiply it by 3.6 to get to kilometers per hour. So when you see 4 here, it's so little, it's almost 0. And I saw some particles here hanging. In that case, we will actually turn things off, like it's practically not snowing. We are always assuming it's snowing. That's the problem. It's always emitting. We'll do those cases too. And you're absolutely right. This amount will be tied to... this is the one for Toronto, which is talking about the snow amount that is registered somewhere. So there's going to be a lot more going around. Existing particles can yeah, they can be phased out too. Yeah, there must be something somewhere that is doing above zero stop, below zero start. Oh, do we have the illusion that there is something stopping? What if this is returning null? No, this is only returning the snow type. There's no null condition. This is a leftover code. This is not my stuff. Which is going to be... I almost feel like I might start refactoring. Did I see the rain in Brazil? No. What was it? 2 months rain in 1 day? No. Wow. Is it a recent news? I did not... Oh, that's like 10 days ago, almost 2 weeks. Today is 11th? Yeah. No, not aware of this. I thought they had some flooding even in Japan too, I think, before Christmas, but this is new. News to me. Wow. Yeah, it looks... Wow. Yeah, urbanization is a problem there, right? That's what I'm hearing. There's a lot of these, I think what they call it, favelas. This, well, my home country, Istanbul, is also suffering in some neighbors. There's a lot of houses over each other climbing up hill. It's sort of inevitable, and it's unfortunate for the people over there, but after a certain point, it is natural. That's how nature takes care of it pours and then there's nowhere to go, floods things. Usually starts with income imparity and coincided with corruption. Looking like this. Wow.
Hello everyone and welcome to my daily disaster news channel.
Aí Luiz Carlos, na hora que eu passei aqui para ir para lá, tava...
The information in the video shows an incident on February the 9th, 2022 in Mirasema, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Wow. It's like chest high.
Wow. In the state of Rio de Janeiro and have caused a lot of damage.
Exatamente no Facebook, porque eu vi que muitas pessoas que eu tinha.
A água já está na porta da casa de saúde do alto, o posto de saúde está com água na porta.
The streets were flooded, the The shops were closed and many families lost their material goods.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
The Rio de Janeiro Fire Department has not yet reported the number of homeless people.
Agradecendo a Deus que você está bem e nós estamos muito bem.
People make donations to help those who need help.
E o momento é isso aí, ó. Subiu e subiu muito.
City Hall in Mirasama donated more than 200 mattresses. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to keep abreast of the most important changes on the planet.
It looks quite bad. Yeah, it is. It is everywhere. Yeah. When I was a kid, I guess it's a kid thing. You discuss with your friends what kind of disaster is the worst. Like, is a volcano worse than flooding, that kind of thing. So you usually get some kind of early warning with volcanoes and such. It's terrible. Of course, people don't leave their towns and then they get buried. But sometimes flooding is like, well, it's almost too late. Sometimes you get caught unaware and there isn't much you can do. You can't move things around fast enough. You get out of the house, you want to drive away, but everywhere is flooded anyway. Where are you going to go? Shit hits the fan so quickly scenario. Yeah, 2 months raining one day. Yeah, it actually looks, yeah, flash floods, that kind of thing. Yeah, they could be real killers. Like earthquake, okay, you live in a better neighborhood, you know, you get reports whether the foundation is solid or not. But flooding is one of those things that it's so insidious. When it happens, it doesn't have mercy. It's fucked up. So, speaking of fucked upness, if temperature is over 0, let's go back to day 22. We do know that in a matter of few hours, right? Say 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, and then another several hours later, it starts again. Now, what I'm going to do, I will find this system. I will run the game. I will switch to the remote view to see if this is turned off or not. What is changing here? Remote. Should pause the game because it's gonna go fast. So this is the one that I'm looking for. Emitting is okay. Keep going. Oh shit, I hit the restart button. Okay, remote. Snow, good. Smarten up. Stay there. Run. Okay. So when it stops, is it flipping this off? It doesn't. But something has changed here. I saw like something happened here. Okay, this is what I guessed. So the draw pass was set to null. That's what happened. And hopefully it'll go over, it'll climb up, go over 0, and then this will be gone soon. It's warming up. Warm up, damn it. Okay, yeah, absolute 0, it's over, done. So there is definitely some shit going on there. Usually a lot of high ground, mountains and so on that collects the rain, then you get the flash. Yeah, they trickle down. Yeah, there is that it sort of flows like a mud river, and yeah, and like your last comment, it drops the model, it looked like, which makes me think this is where we are getting the snow type. This is what I was fearing last time. Do I have a case here where I don't fall in oh shit, of course. When it's over 0, none of this is done. So implicitly it's null. So since it's null, you don't get to. So it's still emitting, but a null model. There's visually nothing to emit and show. Which is interesting because now might be the time to attach it to the snow amount. So for that, where's my stuff here? We go into a different system. I believe that system is AL1. Could be AA1. Don't know. This identifier represents an episode of snow accumulation. So this might be the one. Or this is liquid precipitation. There was some concern about whether this is total liquid precipitation or including rain plus snow, or should we consider this as only rain? Because this is talking about precipitation, which is a different concept than accumulation. Things could precipitate, but not necessarily accumulate. It's a different thing. Let's double check OC1. This is the gust observation, so we do have, but wait a second, just because we have it here doesn't mean we are using it in Expander. We are using an Expander, okay? Then we have these 3 sections here, which is, you know what I should do? Keep this. GL with getting shit working. See ya, man. Thanks for stopping by. I think I'm going to stretch my legs and grab a few nuts for a snack. Be back very soon. Okay, so I want to open the first 6 because I know they are default measurements. This is the cloud coverage. We don't need that yet. This is weather observation in more or less textual format. And the remaining 3 are similar. So really, we have this. A1 and AL1. So this is what I should be using. I'm keeping the snow amount. So this information should be available in here under AL1 and snow property. So when time is passed, I was just freaking out and I realized I have this view filtered by snow. I was going to say like, where is the rain particles? But it's like, okay, it's there. Okay, good. So let's do this is the Vfx layer. I'm calling the function let it rain. So assuming that is doing the whole job, we'll do something like now. If we return 0, because sometimes it's below some threshold, there was some business logic here. Not necessarily business logic, but because the data is so chunky in that Excel file or CSV, we had to fill in the missing records. We did some interpolation. However, assume between late March and early November, there is no snow. Technically, there is no snow. If you want to judiciously fill out the missing data, this interpolation function will still distribute the last known values over that period of time. So it was taking like the last well-known snow date, whatever. That value would be spread out over the course of 6 months, which would make it insignificantly small amount of snow. So if that snow is below some threshold, we said, okay, fuck it, it's not snowing. So which kind of coincides with the correct dates anyway. If there is some snow, then it stayed over this anyway. This was sort of an empirical value. So this works fine. So when we say this is 0 here, if this is, I believe this will come in as like this, we say return. So don't, why am I talking about rain? I'm talking about snow. So everything I said so far is true. There is snow, so this is no longer valid. If it does snow, then get the snow type. Now, here's the danger though. I know for a fact that you could have snow over 0 degrees. It's about the precipitation, the humidity, and all that stuff. You could have snow in like 4 degrees Celsius. So technically the data might say, well, it should snow, so it will never be returned here. But this system is a different story. This system is determining what the snow type will be. In that case, there is no safety method here. So in case temperature is over 0, I'm going to return the plate 1 arbitrarily. In my mind, that felt correct. Let's look here. I think I will return dendrites 1. Because although when we are going over 0, we are approaching this area. We don't know how humid the weather is. But assuming 50% is safe and this zone is occupying more of this area, just sort of safe to assume that it's going to occupy even more of this area. Plus the human, I guess humans prefer to see this shape over this shape, right? This is more associated with like snowflake. Let's call dendrites 1 as the return type. So when it snows and over 0, none of this will be true. This will be dendrite 1. Good to go. So then this will never be null. We could in fact not mess with this and then see something in the hours when we saw things disappear. So it's 17-hour stuff was disappearing. It's not going to disappear. We will always have something. In fact, if we don't have this as kind of verification of difference this is making, at 17 hours we should see snowflakes go away. Roughly 17 hours. Done. So turn this back on, this. Now we are going to test this. This is a different story. So it is actually snowing. So this makes me happy. And in fact, I kind of see the confirmation of both systems running or interacting. Actually, no, I don't have that confirmation. I will soon, when this drops below some value. So it's still the honeycomb shape. I'm expecting it to turn into the conical one. That happens when the humidity goes below a certain threshold. So the temperature has to be low enough. Also, humidity has to be low enough to go into that. Well, I oversimplified it with the conical shape. Since we know the snow flag is working. Let's switch the day to 12. Humidity, please fall. Maybe humidity is lower on day 2. When was it? I think I wrote it last week. It was this case. January 2nd. Isn't that what I just switched to? January 2nd. 19 o'clock. Yeah. And then 23 o'clock it should, yeah, there's something something that is not quite right here. Hmm. Catching up with a few business messages. That's fine. So, you know what I think I think I will answer my own question. That the reason why I think there is no difference is because I am not differentiating things in the default return type, which should be for the sake of seeing something different. This should be set to 2. I will set it back to 1, but I have to do this so that I can confirm it's working. So 17 o'clock, this should turn into frog. Or, like an idiot, I wrote the stellar here, but I so minus 14, okay? 70 something. Minus 14 is here. No, it's here. Stellar. What we are looking at. Dendrite 2. I need visual confirmation, which is which. So dendrite is this mess. So in fact, you should return dendrite. 2 or 1. Both are in this case is the same. So you're in the safe spot. Okay, 1. In fact, most of the time, stellar is returned, which is this honeycomb shape. I have no idea why this feels zoomed in or out. Don't know, I don't care. This should be right. I just noticed something else. Nothing is working. The wind direction, the speed, they are not affecting anything at all. Like, that's why this is not affecting anything. Looking at the hours change, I messed up something here royally. This, I think this is, okay, that kind of makes sense. This should actually stop the emitting. It's not. It's returning constantly here. In fact, I'm going to confirm that this is doing its job. If there is no snow, this should actually stop everything. Yeah, it stopped. As soon as it knew was supposed to stop, and here it will never come to this because I believe it's always going to be 0. Problem is, why is this 0? Well, it could really be 0 around that time. So I need to make sure that it is not 0. How am I going to know that AL1 is which pixel? We have a mapper which is in min-max here. Well, there. It's the last pixel. So let's look at resources. This is the graphic. Let's look at this under microscope. I see the problem right away. Sort of. Now, this looks mostly blank, which might be a problem. The way I encoded this is that the alpha channels matter too. I'm going to do a spot check like this. So it's not all empty. Okay, there you go. This corresponds to some hours in I don't know what month and day or hour this corresponds to. The rows here are hours of the day. Looking at the pixel value here is, if you consider each pixel as an hour, it's like, do the math, something like that. This could be sometime in January. So there's some snow here, definitely, visually. Even if you don't see much in the alpha value here, there's a bit of a bug here when you do normal eyedropper. You need an object with an eyedropper works. I think it works this way. This looks like blank again, but if you look here, you'll often see some opacity value here. So it's mostly blank here, or mostly zeroed out here. Or the alpha is actually what matters sometimes. This could really be zero. I'm pushing my luck here. But regardless, there is some stuff here. Okay. Where was it? Here. Yeah, let's do some basic math here. So say 1156 sounds like some number we can easily divide by 24. It's that many hours, right? This is like day 48. So we'll say it's February. I still haven't fully mapped the Excel values to in-game hour values, but we'll say it's February 18th. And it actually goes on many hours, so 18th, 19th, we should be safe. So we have many days of, which is good news. So first I will test that hypothesis in case this is actually okay. Second thing that is probably not happening, that I probably did not write the measurement for this. Which sounds stupid because when I wrote this, yeah, I did write it by making it ID and measurement agnostic, meaning by passing those two, we find a pixel value, so we know from which pixel to read. So when I say AL and snow, it knows from the 16th pixel to gather the value. So this has been working just fine. So the date will be 2, sorry, not 2. The date will luckily be 48, just like we calculated here. Okay, 48, 49, we'll see. So run it. This should show 48. I will wait for another 24 hours just in case. Yeah, something is not right. The game is using a different file than this file. The game is using work data, whether this one. We could still keep this open. Let's pull this one in. So pixels somewhere 1100s here. Going to zoom in. We do have, in fact, uh, 1162. We have something good going on. Because one thing I did was I changed the thresholds to make things what's the right way of saying discernible. There's more variance in data, hence the color difference. Here it felt too like on and off thing. However, one problem that I'm seeing in fact the value is 0. Because this file is 16 by blah blah. Okay? This file that the game is using is 14 by something. So clearly I am missing 2 pixels. So a quick remedy for this might be that I take this file, overwrite this one, or I end up creating this file from scratch. That's a whole pipeline. I can actually do it, but let's say so now when we run the game, actually when I did that, made a major change because everything else might have been affected by that change too. And I still don't see snow. Let me go to remote snow. It's clearly not emitting. So wishful thinking, January 18th. Is it supposed to snow? There is still something wrong here. From 0 to 16, this should be a 17 pixel wide file. Oh. Yeah, I edit this. I have to re-encode this and yeah, I think I messed up something big. No, data, this, Toronto. It did it. Now, what did it do? So it actually updated that file, which is this file. This is date created. If you look at date modified, this should be what? Weather file has been encoded. Accessed, modified. You know what I'm afraid of? It probably gave an error and sort of silently failed there. That's probably the problem. Can I check something with the stream? Are we still fully streaming? I think so. Yeah. So delete this, okay? Just because I want to. Do this. Where is the file? Now that might happen because I stupidly changed the paths to an uppercase one. It should not be relevant if I'm using relative paths, but let's go under add-ons. This. Geography matters. When you are done, there is going to be a section here where you are writing the file. You are encoding it. Image path. Where is the image path? Image path is. Who is deciding image path where? Okay. Source folder. Plus file, raw file name png, which is okay. So who is source folder? Regex results strings 1 is when we choose on weather data file dialog. Okay. Just something we pick from here. So I believe this lets us select this. So any characters followed by slash, any digits, because it's like dash, any digits. Because I'm in the capturing group, I'm taking everything before the path which is let's go back here. I'm taking everything. When I do this, the whole path is this slash this madness. So then I'm assuming there's going to be a slash here. I'm considering everything before slash, which is this path, right? That's this shit, the source folder. Then there's the raw file name, which only captures here the digits. So because I wrote that in a geeky way, it doesn't capture the PNG. It only captures the sort of raw file name, right? There is no file extension. It's just a file name. So I can slap my own PNG on top of it. I don't know why I did this here actually. There's usually a reason why I do those things, and then it's hard to remember later. Oh, I know why. Because I know the result will be PNG, but it's not coming in as PNG. That explains. That's why I did it. Because it's coming as JSON. So I'm only capturing this part. Okay. And then I'm putting .png. So I'm basically, in a way, renaming image data.json to PNG. So then this, you know, I might have been fooling myself. I think this is doing its thing. I'm looking in the wrong folder. There it is. So, okay, I thought I had made changes to my plugin. Turns out I haven't. This was originally... there are two main folders in Urban Farmer. There's resources and there's work. The work folder is the Godot project. Anything else is in resources. This plugin that I wrote is working things out in the resources folder. But eventually the output of this operation would go and then put the end file, like the final file, into the work folder. I thought I had done that. I haven't. Which means it's still using the original resources folder to create the PNG version of this JSON. Which it means the file has actually been created here. In fact, the notification date is from several minutes ago. This is good. Now I'm going to manually dump this here. Normally it should have been writing here. Now, whether we have some complication due to this or not is a separate concern. But as far as game goes, let's look at this file again. We do have 16 pixels. So the 16 pixel should normally be reserved to... by the way, let's reopen this file again, which is this. In fact, we do have some stuff here, right? Good. So 120 divided by 24 is the 5th day. So sometime we have like the midnight 4th day switching to 5th day, we should have snow, assuming the pixel values are okay. So let's go to the data file. Let's change the day to 4. Let's change this to 18 o'clock, 6 in the afternoon. So this is the residual snow go away. Sometime midnight, we should have snow. We don't, so damn you. Okay. Also, Also, this is one layer here in VS Code, which marks snow as the 16 pixel. However, we should have 17 pixels. Regardless, weather processing info JSON. Does Godot know? Oh, AST min-max. How do you know this pixel is the right pixel? Okay. Good. The only problem is this is not encoded. So it drops 1 pixel in the final result. So these three should be 1 down. I'm just going to confirm that theory with the AL1 snow. Let me think. Just changing this. Is it going to be enough? Or has the image already been encoded in a wrong way? You know what the problem is? There's a really accurate way of determining whether this image has been encoded the wrong way. If we assume this is encoded okay, we expect to see this represented visually, which means we should turn on the snow. We would still be going about this based on this false assumption, right? This is encoded incorrectly, and this shouldn't be here in the first place anyway. So, because, let's see, if I look at my code here, when I'm encoding things, if during the encoding, if this is using those pixel values that are coming from the JSON, this is already going to write it in the wrong place. See, the problem with this one versus the other ones. In let's look at A1, AL1, or any other except OC1. Okay, we are talking about we are taking values such as some value like meters per second, some other value like direction of winds, like wind, the temperature, whatever, right? Essentially, regardless of their units, we are converting their nominal values to normalized values. So eventually, there is value conversion. And in most cases, 0 is like, well, There's no speed, nothing like that, something like that. But in OC1 case, we have this weird notation here. That we say we have a hard-coded case here. We say if it doesn't exist, then naturally the speed is going to be 0, or it exists and speed is what we calculate. This is something I remember doing, and because we couldn't get away with like interpolation here. You cannot fill out the missing parts. You cannot just determine missing values from the previously existing healthy values. So we said, okay, if it doesn't exist, don't force yourself to fill it out, just say 0, okay? And if it does exist, then figure out the speed. Now, this is still normalized. That's all good. But then we need it to, with all the other ones, when we are marking the value for the measurements, air temperature, pressure, the tendency, right? This is sort of the quality we are measuring for a particular weather event. Here, besides the speed, we put this bullshit thing here, whether it exists or not. Maybe it is not a good idea. Maybe I'll do something like, well, if it didn't exist, assume the speed is always 0. If it does exist, you'll calculate anyway, so fuck this. So screw this. 13, 14, 15. Okay, now it's going to be truly from 0 to 16. This has to be recoded. Either way, nothing here has been in effect during the encoding. But that is a bit of a problem because how does it know the size? Okay, the row, column based on data size, which is, I see. See, it was still actually looking for it. It wasn't reading the pixel value, but it was still considering it as some value. Problem though, it should have fallen under these two cases. Did it? I don't think so. Because for that to work, the third last column should either be pure white or pure black. I don't see that happening. There's something hinky going on for sure. We have to, we don't have to change this. This is all fine. We have to overwrite this with a new file that is going to be coming here soon. We need to create a new image data JSON based on this new file, because this is processed, weather processing info, right? Because this file still has the OC1 exist thing. You cannot really see it here, but it is there, which is this is the sanitized version of what we are looking at. Yep, I saw it. OC1. This should not be here. The fact that this is not going to be 0 is like, yes, there is wind gust and here's its value. Unless I'm really forgetting something, like why I did this in the first place. Okay, that's fine. So now this has to be recreated, and that is created out of this, which is created out of, yeah, we need to run the expander again. So the expander is run like this over macroscopic PSV. So we gotta switch to resources. Are we in data? We are. Geography matters. Climate data, we are there. Done. This file is now renewed, modified. Sorry, not that. This modified. In fact, it's written here 348. Done. This has to be converted to this, which is happening here. Done. Now this is 348. Just a few more seconds. 49. Done. So this has to be uploaded here or overwritten. This is now truly what the game is going to use. Run the game. Residual snow overnight. But that's still based on the wrong assumption. We have to look at this. So the last column is showing snow. I think that is still accurate, which in fact should be accurate enough. Since that is 0 based and I'm here not in the 0 index, I don't start my days at 0, I start at 1. This actually might really be 5th day. Gotta be careful about that. Huh. Sorry, I guess I had the right intention. I went the other way around. 4th to 5th, it's gonna switch. This feels right, but I'm already doing the conversion, right? When I take 4, I do -1. I had to do that to read the pixels. Oh boy, this is still 15. Okay, during the encoding, something is dropped. Or the incoming file is Not correct. Let's open Firefox again. Two, always 1, 4, 5, 6, 8. Let's open them. 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, the encoding is done. Am I really... What the... What is... Why do I have 16 items here? More importantly, this is the answer. I have 15. But its index is now than 14, not 15. Something here is skewed. There it is. Little fucker. There's something I'm thinking of, that this sort of manual shit is not going to happen. Didn't happen. Just one more thing to take care of, right? Luckily the encoding is done. This is during the reading. This is done wrong. And this should be fixed in the game while it's running. And if I remember, I'm already fixing the date. Like I'm doing the proper index 0. So in case I'm not, I think I do. And if I was doing -1, and this should really be 5, so the original thing that I thought was possibly more correct. And at this point, this is just basically crapshoot. Okay. Let's go to day 4. That's 96 plus 110. So around 110 and 9. I'll probably reverse this logic. I'm expecting to see some value. Now let's reverse the logic. When I see something here, I'm gonna convert this number to date value. Okay, this is actually interesting. Like, look, 5th day, and actually even here we should have some zeros, and then an hour or two later we will have something. Look, this data corresponds to this. 116 is like, say, well, it's 4 less than 120. And what is the significance of 120 is this, okay? 4 less 160. So it's the pixel values. So the in-game date value for this is, if this is the number of hours, unless I'm really confusing myself, it should be 5. So basically when we are switching from, we are approaching 120, we are coming from day 4 to day 5. Now, when we do the reading in here, I'm already taking the day, doing -1. So when I see 5, actually 4 times 24 plus the hour. So this, okay, 116 is or exactly at 120, let's say there's no, and this is the threshold. This is like 8 o'clock evening, right? Because 96 plus 24 is 120. This is 8 o'clock, still 4th day. So for this to happen, this should be 4 times blah blah plus hour. So let's stick this back to, again, 5. We wait 6 hours. We should have some snow. And that snow value will be, well, there's going to be decoding of this to some values. Now, whether those values are accurate or not is a whole other question. But tackle that. Still going to wait until just a few more hours here. Where is my, here? It's 0. First of all, well, I'm just going to make myself mad because I will want to output this here, and for some reason there's some junk coming here which is overflowing the output. Who did this? This is all the plants, and who's outputting all the plants? This almost looks like the There a tool script that is abusing the console here, this output. This is not enabled. Okay, this is what I'm planning to do. As time is passed, let's do this. You don't care whether it's snowing or not. Just give me that. Of course, this is stuck here. There's also an incredible amount of of suspecting I test the equality of reals like that in script. I think you can. I think you can. Problem right now is I don't really know what it's giving because the output is overloaded. That would have been a much better answer to your question, like whether the comparison is failing for a different reason. Because maybe I actually understand why you're asking that question. Maybe this is returning some decimals, which is never 0. I get that. Problem is, I think in fact it is returning 0 because this always stays false. That is our problem. We want it to not be 0 sometimes so that it can turn on the emitting. Problem is, perhaps this is always returning 0.0. That's a separate problem and we'll check. But for me to understand that, I'd rather see what it's returning, which is blocked by this. Yeah, difference testing might be a better idea, but it's failing for a different reason. So, in fact, it is kind of always 0, right? Which shouldn't be, but because let's see, get pixel hour. Hour is calculating the hour. It's down. X is the pixel, so we do that. Okay. So this should be coming in as 14 because we say so. And I saved this, right? I did. You know what I haven't done after I've been fixing all this stuff? I'm an idiot. Ah. Maybe I did it, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm an idiot sometimes. So I did not output this data again. Okay, this is done. This is done. Good, smart. This is modified just now. Good. Take this, paste it here. Done. Look at the data. Assume this is correct. So around 8 o'clock and later, we should have snow. And I'll still wait until 8 o'clock, day 6 here. And of course, I make that assumption based on the previous image, which is this. This might have changed, which is this image. So, nope, I'm still a little bit right. 116, 20, so we have colors here, which means that it's snow. And it's consistent. It's the same color, same values, so those values should be this. In fact, after, let me see. Let me actually refresh this because this file has been updated too. According to the pixels here, after 122, we should have something like 0 again. Yep, 122 is going to be 0. This is going to be the last healthy pixel really. So right around 120 hours. If we have snow, we should not have snow. And then sometime 8 in the evening, when we didn't have snow, it should start snowing. Like some odd hours there. I don't care about like whether it's exactly 8 o'clock, but here. Between 115 and 121, we have a snow period. By the way, Fabrice, how are you doing? You might be gone, but I'm just asking in case the stream viewer number is wrong, because it could be wrong sometimes. Sometimes people are still there. I don't know. The numbers are misleading. Cool. Yeah, I'm on the right track here, but I'm probably confusing myself about this. So we do -1 is 4 times 24, 96, plus the hour of the day. 96 plus, let's say like at 8 o'clock it's going to be 20. That's 116, which corresponds to this. And then the 14 pixel is going to be this. So then when I get the measurement, this is the 14 pixel and this is the Y, which is that 116-ish. This is going to return me snow. So then this really turns into a question of let's assume we have not written a single line of code here. What is this? You cannot even test the basic assumption because of this stupidity here. Like I really want to get to the bottom of this because I cannot even do a quick print call here anymore. We're also learning how to do a weather engine for a little game. Just the effect of window on objects. Cool. Are you using Godot 3 versus 4? Because with another viewer today, I discovered that in Godot 4 they are bringing particles, attractors, things like that. So might be a different pardon the pun game in Godot 4. So we worked on wind effect on the snow too, so we have that working, but right now it's not working. So that's what we did hours ago. So your thing sounds very cool. So before this thing stopped working, we attach the wind direction and the speed to the way particles are flowing around. But then I broke it. Godot 3.4, yeah. That's what I'm using too. So good luck. It's fun, but also there are just many settings. I wish Godot had a way to make these verbals here that we would know from which file this print call was coming from. In C#. Ooh, cool. Let's do some critical thinking here. Or analytic thinking. Something that is outputting plant model IDs like this. This almost sounds like something like this. And of course it's not. But can we do regular expression? We cannot do regular expression here. Can we? We cannot. I think this works with regular expressions too. Imagine we have anything then name. This should be escaped. When stuff like that doesn't work here, go here. Turn on this. Say print. Give me anything until you see maybe dot, maybe, and possibly name. Gotcha. Okay. I see. Okay. Button plant. What is button plant? It's probably button to plant things. Okay. Either way, this might cause a problem later. Let's just skip it. Sake of argument. Done. This is going to drive me nuts later, so say pass. None of this is our problem though. We are looking for something that is much more sinister. Oh. Not that, okay. That. And then I made a mistake here. Since you said C#, maybe I asked this question in earlier. Are you an ex-Unity developer, or have you been doing C# because of Windows programming and other cool stuff? What if it's self that is, of course, when you do this, there can be many things here. Um, you love C and C++, not so much scripting languages. I hear you. So dealing with more classic programming languages, it's there's a bit of paradigm shift when you switch to scripting languages. I know exactly how you feel. I understand why people feel like they're on a safer ground with static type languages, things like that. Um, this is such a simple call. Like it's this almost feels like print name of something, print self. Everything else here is just part of some if block, as it should be. Then there is the plant script. This is a mess. Like the whole thing turned into a mess, but then, of course, the fact that this is all ordered, kinda. We have herbs, and we have mushrooms, and we have VGT, and that list is just spinning out the rest. Yeah, you feel like you have more control. It's a trade-off, really. But I totally understand. Um, this actually starts to feel more like one of my plugins is getting in the way. That plugin might be none other than Asset Factory. It's as if something here is parsing this list. The fact that it's starting with PLN instead of equipment is because this list is sorted, right? However, there is actually a list here. That list is the data. Let's go to work data. There should be a data JSON. But then it should have been taking it from here too. Lots of library. Yeah, that's for sure. So that's something I have to maybe look into. I want to discover. I have written basic code in like basic C# code in Godot. Then I decided, well, GDScript offers a lot of convenient ways. So I switched to GDScript, learned it very quickly. That's fine. But then there are a lot of libraries out there, and I haven't tried those. Like, do you just drop them in the folder or like project folder, and that's how I imagine they are used, and that would be quite powerful, especially if I want to do some AI layers of this game. Or C++ might be a more performant option, but I don't want to touch C++ at all. Suddenly this data file doesn't seem like it's the culprit. This is responsible for populating this area, and we do get these names on the fly here. Create the assets. There must be something else. This is so frustrating. It's going to be sort of dumb, like just find all the print calls. How many? 136. Okay, go through each one of them. Sick of this shit. And also, you know what? If you could, where are you? Yeah, just when you say just print, are you going to exclude the underscore print messages? Good. That's what I hoped. Yeah. See, this has a arrow, like I put that arrow. This is chart. I'm looking for something much simpler. C# is good if you do not need maximum performances. I think someone made a comparison between GDScript speed and C#. In Godot context, I think C# is faster. But I think I know what you mean. It's always a different environment. Like it makes a difference. Like desktop application wise, of course, high performance. You would go with different languages, perhaps. Oh shit. I think I disconnected everything here. Did. Or at least I thought I did. What happened to the search results? Right there. Okay, remove this. We don't see this call at all. Remove this too. I'll get back to this some other time. Okay, keep going. This is not going to matter either, and something that I'll do later. This is a color thing which has nothing to do with our purposes. This is printed out, safe. This is just merging things. Fine. This is fine. Just did that. This comes with a I would expect this to show with more text here in case. Yeah, I would have seen it because if it's printing this out, which is 3 or 2 more letters than this, then I would have at least seen H or A here, right? Let's see. We're also learning how to use GD native to use C++ for more intensive tasks. Yeah, that's something that it came up. I'm running Godot Toronto meetup events. I think we will have a presentation in 2 weeks, although the group is called Godot Toronto. We run our events on Discord, so if you want to join, it's Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock, February 24th. I think we will specifically look into C++ in Godot, but we might have to go in that area too. Not that I know much, like I might be misleading you, but these are the names that came up in the presentation suggestions, that sort of thing. It's all printed out. I mean, commented out. There you go. Entity ID. There you go. So when this is ready, house panel, it's looking for all the plants. All the plants. Get plants inventory. And shamelessly it's printing out all the names. So it wasn't name, it was entity ID. Kind of confident this is going to be okay. Let's just keep going. So I'm just going to pull up the meetup page for you. You know for sure you're looking at. If you like find it later. I'm actually going to finalize the event details with the presenter. I'm not presenting, someone else is going to do. So I'm going to fill out this page, but event date is the following Thursday. So, and when we do our presentations, I tend to record them, and there is a YouTube channel. But if you join the Discord channel, you'll get updates when the YouTube channel has the footage posted, so you'll know. Cool. Yeah. So I got a message from the presenter today that he'd be happy to present, so I had to sort out the page details today. Anything that has a for loop like that is scary, that like it was printing out. The rest is, I'm confident that I think anytime we have a print, we should just put some kind of like some kind of static text that says, well, this is what I'm outputting. Because something like this is like this. Okay. If this is in a for loop and you're outputting, not like I'm telling myself kind of like I'm outputting the value of anything. It's like, well, what is the context here? So smarten up. This one. Like this is good. Because we have something static. It's dynamic enough, but will get filled with something. I mean, actually, this is horrible too, because I don't know what this is. The fuck is this, by the way? And it's in a while loop. Oh boy. Well, the only caveat here is at least it has. So most likely this will happen anyway. Then this will output. Drive us nuts. Then we'll say, let's look for this. We'll bump into this. Okay. Excusable moving forward. This is commented out. It's fine. This is what we are trying to do. Actually, yeah, that's the plan. A lot of people worked on this code. This is not all my code, and I'm doing a semi refactoring, more progress on certain systems. There has to be a serious conversation regarding the code community. Definitely. Something like I'm thinking like a custom debug thing that you say, okay, just use this function that could be turned off somewhere. So you say just ignore all the output calls. When it goes through this, there's no way to prevent it. I mean, even something like this is preferable. Utils.log, which is printing out, but that .log depends on some project settings that is here. It's like turn off the print calls, the utils log, things like that. The rest is just stuff. Asset. Ooh. But this is kind of okay because it's event based. We'll probably visit that area later. This is all text. That's fine. Get proper to this. This is what's this file? Horizontal threshold image texture. This is something I was doing as a test. Just to be on the safe side, disable it. Going to quickly put people on block list so they don't spam the chat with questionable links. If that's your thing, it's okay, but they are questionable links. This is fine. I think we are good to go here. So now, let's run. We see 0, 0, 0, 0. For every hour, we see 0. So this is exactly what I was expecting to see. We don't want this to be 0. The fact that it is coming 0 is always turning the emitting to false. Why are you 0? Or here at this hour of the day. I'm going to make you 4, wait 6 hours, so 6 calls. Also, I'm doing my own stupid thing anyway. Is it snowing? I don't know. We know this system works for this reason. Oops. Wind direction will be given some values. It's changing, and based on these compost values, we are changing the texture representation, which was previously affecting the way snow was blowing. The missing link is the snow amount, which is always coming in as 0. Why? Even though data says it's clearly not 0. This is going to be mapped back to that is normalized value that is in here. In this range, meaning let's look at the denormalize function, which should be in where? Here. Yeah. You take the normal value. Max min is 20. Min is 0. So this is 20. So you just multiply it. That's what it is. Meaning, can I add breakpoints in? Yes, you can. Definitely. And that's actually what I was just thinking. I don't think this value, when it's converted to real value, is 0. But I'm going to put breakpoints to confirm it is. So where is the calculator? Because the old brain is too tired. So 20 times 0, 6, blah, blah, blah. Yes. So we should see 0.33 in here or here. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. Let's go. Now I'll go into. Hope I stepped over instead of into. Okay, run one cycle. Good. Get in. So measurement is snow. ID is AL1. So at the end of this, by the way, this could really be 0 here. We don't know. That's the problem that I think in my imagination, around 8 o'clock, I should be getting something here. We'll see. So let's put a breakpoint here too and just let it go. Actually, if you let it go, it'll stop here. At this point, we are still in the first loop. This is still the original breakpoint, the original debug point. So 4:16, that's all okay. Hour is null. Hour is going to be calculated, so step over. Hour is now, oh, 88. This is wrong because 88 is corresponding to something utterly wrong. 88 is empty. We should be in 116. What happened here? Date time dot day 4 is 3 minus 1 is 3 72. Okay, so this should have been 5 then, which is good. Not okay, for argument's sake, we'll make you 5. Okay, just be happy. Start over. Start over. So you are, yeah, we don't want that. So just go away. Kick in when the, yeah, this comes in. Go in. Then put this thing. Go. Then 5:15. It should be 5 minus 1, 4 times 24 plus 15, which should be 109. So let it go. No, 96 plus 15 is 111. So if I let this go 5 more times, we are going to hit that 8 o'clock-ish threshold where things should get interesting. Okay, so remove this, let it go. In fact, I'm gonna let this go for good. I'm still getting 0. Okay, now I'm going to put the breakpoint right when it's changing from one to another, which is not that. Let's make you 19. Okay, because 4 times 24 plus 19 is 115. And 115 is around the threshold. So any debugging call will follow. Should be somewhere here. Definitely. Where is it? Put this. Okay, good. Get in. Go. Actually, you could go here. Why am I doing that? Step over. 116. Go all the way down here. What is decoded? Decoded is true. What do you mean true? That's interesting. Okay, let it go. You're here. 0. Okay, it wasn't done calculating. Now it is. Because there was that lock unlock. We have to finish that process. Why are you 0 though? When you are decoded, you are not all 0. It's not true. You are some value. So this is doing its job too. We know that. Up until here, it's good. It could fuck up here. That could only happen when the minimum maximum is not correctly set, which is set here. What is it? Because everything else is done the same way. So this denormalize is doing exactly what we are seeing in VS Code. Good. What is coming into decode though? That's what I'm curious about. What is color? Let's put this here. I want to see color. It should not be coming this way, which kind of feels like it's coming that way, which is wrong. So we'll let this go one cycle, and we'll remove this and this. Run. So this is the next hour's value. What is color? Okay, this is what I'm hoping to see. So clearly, by the way, this is for which measurement? Snow. which should be. Okay. So step over. That if is going to be skipped. Elif is going to be skipped. Now we are under else. We put this S. This is working in other conditions, so I cannot imagine this failing here. So I'm going to put this here and measure colorize value. So let it go. In fact, okay, this is good. Colorize value, this 0.0167 is exactly what we are seeing here. That is all good. Okay. Ooh. Is it? That's approximation there because there's one less 6. There are 3 6s here. There are 5 6s here, but this is approximation. This is sometimes what I see in Godot that is rounded. Either way, there is no way for this to be 0. Now we put this through the normalization. Okay. And the denormalization based on, let's just let it go. Okay, let's check the max 20, minimum should be 0. This should return this 33%. So if I remove all the breakpoints and I run this, well, I just keep it running. I should be seeing, nope, don't do that yet or anymore. So I should be seeing 0.33. I do not. And I think I just got a chat message. No. Should definitely not test equal to if random was a big source of random bugs. It actually worked in other cases, like I do temperatures less than 19 or whatever. It works. Problem is different actually. Is you think it's failing here, but we are not even there. This could be Godot's problem of showing real values here. Normally, I would expect to see 0.33 here. This is where we have the problem. This is not working. So we are not even testing the equality yet. In fact, I could just ignore this call here. And it's still not going to do its thing. Like so it should not be giving 0 in the print. We came all the way down here. This is, oh fuck me. I answered my own question. So when this math is done, of course we get 0.33. And then what am I doing next? I'm rounding it. That's why it's happening. So it's already coming down as 0 anyway. Now, this rounding was necessary. What is displayed is not what's in memory registers. But no, in this case, like I'm already outputting 0 to the memory anyway. It is clearly wrong. It's already lost here. Now this actually was necessary for the remaining parts. Which works like a charm. Like say everything else here, you see these values, they're all part of the same system. They are all what you see here is these colors, all these parts. So we are dealing with the last column now. It's no amount. And what is working as like the rounding operation for the other ones is filling the snow value. Another ban request. Done. So if I don't round it, I'm confident we'll get 0.33 something. In fact, we do get that. And because it's not 0, we do have snow, which is supposed to snow a few more hours and then be done. So now we can truly test that, what is it, data. This was the threshold. Let's make it sort of a few hours before. The first is the residual snow. Then hours quickly move on anyway. So that actually, I'm an idiot. This is on anyway, so we know it's not supposed to snow, then kick in. Also, when you remove this, of course nothing is going to happen because there's nothing that's trying to turn it on. So now run. No snow. 8 o'clock, it should kick in. There you go. So now it's working. And this is because we are not rounding snow value to 0. And then exactly at the hour I expected, it stops snowing, which is this threshold here. So I think it snows 7 hours or 6 hours. So this works as intended, but it displayed flaw in the system, which is that when we run things, it's kind of bad, but it made the snow work. Now I can only imagine what else is happening. And this is what's happening. That's why I was running it. Now what I can do is I can possibly round it I should probably round it at the level where it's used, not at the source. So I should put a note here. Where is it? We used to round the return value, but kind of cancels out some stuff. So round it at the sort of arrival, when it's going to be used. Or where it's, when and where it's going to be used. Not here. Smarten up. Now that that's sorted out, let's go to the weather condition. Weather interface. This, yes. Air temperature. This is the temperature. We'll round it here. Can round it here. There is temperature itself has a system inside, etc. and getter, which is this, which is this guy, comes with its own thingy. We'll round it here. Temperature value. I think this might do the trick. Yeah, everything else is okay. And then let it snow. Stop. Okay, good. Good. And now, when it does snow, let's find a period in the image, in here, right? Where we have a long stripe. It's in 2010. It didn't snow that much in Toronto, for sure. Oh boy. December, late December. Holy moly. This is like the last 4 months. Let's get closer. Which is something I haven't tested fully, right? So the AL1 values are snow values for Toronto. As we can see, there is some snow here. Six hours. This is I think 1 centimeters spread over 6 hours, so it's marginal. Then the next snowy period is yeah, I did some weird stuff here, right, to correct the data, because they never mark whether there is snow at that hour. They mark it at a certain hour if there was snow in the previous 6 hours, so you kind of have to go back and distribute it, which explains this madness. Let's smarten up the music. It's turning into a nightmare rhythm. This is it. So we will have patches of like 6 hours ish here. But why we don't have the second? I would expect to see the second. Let's pull this here. That's like what is it? 116. This one is 122, most likely, yes. So we should have another 6 hours like this somewhere close. That does not exist. So if this, oh, okay, this might be misleading. Let me see. It's the sign up MT. What is this? Okay. Because I'm removing some of these records. I'm removing the FM16 ones. Even then, if I run the macro on this, that's what I should be looking at. AL1. So in here, this is the problem though. I cannot do that quick shortcut to find the existing value because this is kind of like imaged, meaning there is no real data in this cell. The data is here. It's a result of the first cheat here. So this is sort of like all registered in the first cell. So I have to visually go down. So it's M and okay. Stuff is coming back. This 1 centimeter is such a small amount. It might have been excluded because of this. That I said, if snow is less than this, fuck it. And there is no well, it's definitely not scientific, but there is not even good enough cases for me to decide whether this should be 0, 15, 10, something like that. Most likely, a lot of this has not been encoded here. Certainly the hours are not matching. So 116 is not here. Well, 75 is not there. This is not there. So if you scroll down, we'll find something around 106. Yeah. So this has made its way, although it's the same value. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. This is the problem here. So if it's 99 duration, which means doesn't exist, or the depth is unknown, we say, okay, if it's 0. If it's known, but I'm actually going to make a comment about this too. If it's a known quantity, we say if the quantity is significant or not. Say it's not significant, it's below this threshold. Consider it 0. Now, why would it not be sufficient? That's because the depth is over a duration that is too long, so that this is approaching 0. Now, here's where things get crazy. This is why the snow thing is really different than the other cleaners or other weather measurements. Do I use exports in Godot to parameterize your application in the... Yes, I do. I'm actually doing resources now, so it's not just plain exports, but I'm pushing those exports into resource files so that I can find resources into still exports, but it groups things and it gives them class-like behavior. So in a sense, that's more like well, you'll know since you do C sharp composition over inheritance, because we found out that we have plants, then tomatoes, but different kinds of plants, that kind of thing. So which goes crazy. You know, plants that are herbs, plants that are blah blah. So it turned into a shit show. So we do smart exports. Which also lets us do something like this, which I might actually have an example around. This kind of grouping too. Well, this is essential exports in a resource, but things are tidied up. And all this grouping is done. You have the basic variables. We don't have export statement here yet, but there's a lot of redundancy here. We are preparing some text array here, array of arrays, and this is populating the inspector. This is depending on a game object here, which is also a resource, which is then taking those array of arrays and populating the inspector by grouping them. So we are using some smart grouping. We are instructing the inspector to group things for us. This is a little bit more. This is not exactly game development, but tool development. So which is really good. You're working on a big project. Crazy stuff. So the problem with this snow is if I recall the documentation, let's find the documentation. Why not? Because looking at that file is always fun, right? Yes. So this is the page we are investigating. Snow accumulation. So snow accumulation, the first identity is quantity. So the quantity is... Am I looking at the wrong thing? Is 0... Maybe I was. Oh, sorry. Period quantity, not snow quantity. Period quantity is 6 hours. Okay? Meaning is the quantity of time over which the accumulation occurred. When you look at this data, where is it? M? Yes. In the last 6 hours, this is how much accumulation happened. And where is the accumulation? It's the field coming right after that. It's this much depth. So one centimeter has been accumulated in the past 6 hours is this. The problem I faced when I looked at this data file, because although everybody would like to see AI take over, and I would hope that one day what I'm going to bitch about will be fixed by the AI. Of course, I'm joking about all this. One would hope that a human being would mark every 6 hours here with something like 0.6, 0 accumulation. So, meaning in the last 6 hours, it didn't snow. Of course, although these missing values kind of imply that there is no such explicit data. So when you look at this value from this point of view, it snowed 1 centimeter in the past 6 hours. Sure. The confusion starts for any hour in between. Because when you write a parser and you come here and you say, well, there is no value. I don't know how much it snowed. There is no prior hour information. Okay, come here, come here. So essentially, you have to distribute this 1 centimeter of snow to the previous 6 hours. And if you do have a value, you have to distribute that value to these hours. Like including this is the 6. It should be spread out to 6 hours like this. So if this was like 12 millimeters, you would actually have 2 millimeters in each field here. When the gaps are getting longer and longer, then you have a big problem. So that's when this recursive function has been written. So it's doing forward looking. Yeah, this is doing the forward looking. So in essence, this is doing this. Like by logic, we know this is indicating the previous hour. But since I'm not going to see the next marker until many hours or for many hours, right? I'm kind of saying this like, I'm probably going to find something here. Keep looking, keep looking, keep looking until you find something. Then, for this cell's value, divide the value over period and then mark this. And you do the same thing. So you kind of fill this out in a sense. Can I filter the data for only one? Can I filter it like where? In Excel here? Yeah. But I'm not sure if that's what you're asking. I'll wait for your reply. I'm also formulating what I'm. Yeah, you can filter the data for one day. I'm not sure though where that's leading. I'm kind of guessing. So you are maybe going to suggest that I take the average of one day. But then that also assumes that it's supposed to snow every hour of that day. Whereas I know in Toronto, oh, by the way, maybe you are from Toronto. It's hourly data, correct. This is hourly data. So I want to figure out whether it's going to snow during that hour. So if there are gaps, that kind of thing. So naturally, we should have gaps so that it feels like it's real life. And that actually makes much more sense when the temperature is fluctuating and wind speed is picking up. So the snow periods should kind of coincide with the rest of the data. So this has to be massaged in a way that it actually looks continuous enough, but not too continuous that we have values in every cell. So that's why there's some monkey business here. But when we do this, even then, a different kind of problem comes up, which is when you find the last day of snow in winter, let's say it's sometime in late March, then until November or December, pretty much for 6-7 months, all this is going to be empty. So there's going to be 7 months worth of cells here empty. So then the first time it comes across a snow value, even if it's like 30 centimeters or whatever, it's gonna try to divide that to so many days. That two problems. One is, if the value is still high enough, it's gonna look weird that it's gonna snow in July, something stupid like that. But then, since we're also doing this forward looking and completing missing data, is 1 centimeter significant snow in 6 hours? There's that question too. Like it says, there's going to be 1 centimeter of snow, or there was 1 centimeter of snow in the past 6 hours, and they are just recording it at that hour's report. Is 1 centimeter, has it snowed in the last hour of those 6 hours, or spread out to 6 hours? So then there is still that minimum threshold too. So sometimes you gotta say, well, fuck it, right? It's 0. Either because it's divided into too long of a period, like the summer hours, or that it's 6 hours, but it's just too little anyway. Perhaps this is too harsh of a threshold, because I believe the question is, why is it taking this, let's say 116? Okay, I think I'm answering my question. So when it says 116, I'm actually looking at 118 here, because there's the first row header, and this is not 0 base, so there is like 2 more. So 118 here is 116 in the graphic file. So this value is going to be filled with this. There's already double the amount of snow here. This is 002, this is 001. So anything before this is divided into too many cells, so it's practically 0. The same thing kind of happened here. It's divided into, let's not look at the 0. I'm counting the cells here. That's how I fix my logic. This is too insignificant. So that's why right from the beginning to 116 or 18 here, there's nothing. And then when you get to this threshold, the same thing happens again from this point on until you see the next snow period, which is only 1 centimeters. It's insignificant. So what we can do is, if you want to be a little bit more, I don't know, lenient, let's say, yes, I know this is almost a day's worth of, how many cells do I have selected here? Can I see? Count 29. So during this day, well, this doesn't necessarily mean the whole day from like 0 o'clock to the midnight, but a period of almost over a day, right? It still snowed in the last 6 hours of that 29-hour period, right? Would be nice to see some snow. Maybe 1 centimeter isn't that much to look at in terms of depth. But maybe if we cut down this threshold to, I don't know, 10. Which makes me think, yeah, I think, yeah, when I'm fixing those records here, I'm also, what am I returning from determine snow? Records index +1. Because although I feel like I'm going in the right direction here, the way I'm doing this calculation, the way I'm doing something here may never have any benefit here. The logic stands. The implementation may be incorrect or incomplete. The intention is right. So let's go with this. So AL1, so we'll do this, convert the data to JSON, and go to Godot. Let's close this. Go to Godot, this thing, convert the new data to JSON. Sorry, convert JSON to PNG. Now we did that. Take this, put it here. We'll run it, but before we run it, let's get a visual confirmation. Oh, it is cumulative values or point values. I will answer that question in detail. I think it's both. Depends. See, we have something. Now it actually considers continuous amount of snow throughout the day, like month, days. Okay, we have a darker period here. We definitely have some snow here, but it snows every single hour. That's where we'll do the threshold fixing. I'm gonna quickly look at the middle section of this file, which should be somewhere here, like June, July. What I would not want to see is this. I'm afraid the threshold is too little. To answer your question, so in regards to the snow, it is cumulative data, meaning this is showing the last 6 hours snow depth. The rest is point values, meaning when they reported the weather at noon on January 4th, the wind direction was almost north and the wind speed was 7.2 meters per second. This is how close the cloud, like the lowest cloud formation was. The temperature, dew point, air pressure. This 12,000 was I forgot. Visibility. Yeah. Visibility. So the first 6 are point. At that point, that's how they measured. The rest is most of the time it's a point, but the rest usually turns into cumulative data, which makes my life really difficult. Because they don't always report it. Like, I wish they had some kind of 6-hour judicious reporting done like this in here. They did not. So let's go with 15. Let's close you. Convert. Done. I'm not going to import it into the project folder yet. I'll first do the spot check here. So this is the middle of the year. So it snows in July. What was that expression? When it snows in hell, or in August when pigs fly? This is that. So it's sort of an arbitrary value. Why would anyone want to pick 20? What is the rhyme or reason? It just feels nice. Round number. 1/5 of things. 5 siblings. Or utter nonsense. Okay, we don't have shit. That's good. Let's look at the period here. Actually, I could have done that. Nothing. Around 7, nope, nothing. So 15 is too permissive and 20 is too punishing. However, oh, there are several methods you can use to fill in. I think so, yeah. So that's actually what I was thinking, whether I want to tackle that now or not, or accept the victory and move on. There's one victory. Well, out of many little victories we have had today, it's the fact that, well, first of all, when we change stuff in cleaner files here, we have a seamlessly working text to encoded and compressed image workflow. That's working. All this is working, so beautiful. Second victory might be, well, this is working. When it's supposed to snow, in other words, ultimately when we say, well, if there is no snow, it's 0. Don't emit anything. This is working. The difficulty right now, which has never been tested, so actually this is the moment where it kind of makes sense to make adjustments to these arbitrary values. When should we assume it's supposed to be 0? But from Godot's perspective, this is working. So we have visual confirmation. Because everything was blended in and everything was sort of like light green. I still have to put this back here so that this is that incorrect but still kind of correct. So around 7 o'clock, 20 o'clock, it's supposed to rain. So snow. That, yeah. So this is a big win. And when it is snowing, it's affected by these measurements. So that's a big victory. I would say as far as stream goals go, 95 done. Okay, there's still a lot more to do, but as far as snow goes, what else is there to do? We need to do the sort of flying around a little bit. Sometimes there's a gust value, which is the gust value? This OC1. If OC1 value is other than 0, which is again a very similar logic to this, then we have to do something like this in the particles. Where is it? This. We gotta pick this up and introduce some randomness, but minor details like that. This is the main part done. I'm quite happy with that, really. Could you think of methods to fill in missing values? I tried to automate the system so that, if possible, I open a CSV file and hide a macro which butchers this file, turns it into this. Actually, the system is like this. Maybe if I talk about it, it will be a bit more insightful. This is the one, I think. So I have raw CSV files. I open them in Excel. I run a macro. Then I have the JavaScript code, Node.js. I wrote an expander, which is working on the converted TSV data. So CSV is converted to TSV with some obvious values excluded. This is essentially the TSV file. It still has blank values. So I'm filling in the missing data. Where is it? At this level. And this has some automatic processes here. Sometimes it has to average out some values or find previously known healthy value to fill in data. If possible, I don't want to intervene here manually. And then finally, I'm running the data through the... This name is now different. But there's a Godot plugin that you just saw. And then this creates a PNG file like this. It's a piece of art. Worst case scenario, someone comes in and makes some educated guesses. And ideally, I don't want to do that because this is 2010 Toronto. I'm going to process data from 1980s for Toronto, and I'm going to be doing this for multiple cities. The number of cities is between 200 and 500. So you can use random generator to decide which hour it's snow between two snow values. Question. How will we know which 2 hours to randomize between? Because here's another piece of information. Why the delta between two snow values between the hours with snow? But that's actually kind of what we are doing. That's so here's a spot. So we say this interval is going to be divided into this much accumulation. That's what we are doing. But then the question is, there are some hours, some days during the year that it's not supposed to snow. How do you cancel out the not snowy days? The problem is because the data is missing and they are never marking it as like it did not snow here. You cannot really easily determine, okay, there is no snow until this date. So you cannot sort of like loop around ish. Every 6 hours is we are saying 0 divided by number is still 0. I'm not sure if that's what you meant. It kind of reads like that. 0 over number is 0. Okay, let me see. You can use random generator to decide which hour with snow between two snow values. So say I have two snow values. January 4th, midnight. So similar notation, previous 6 hours, it snowed 0.001 centimeters. Divided with the randomly chosen hours. Okay, I think the missing link for me is you do realize that all this is running in a big for loop, right? Possibly like there's a for loop for there's a loop running over the rows. Uh, it checks this value, this value, this value, that kind of thing. That's how this is going. So every time this is running, this is just a function that is doing the thing. This is injected into a for loop. So at some point, like all this is deduced by that kind of for loop. These are all, each one of these has its own function running in their own for loops. So when we get to the snow part, so I'm trying to I cannot randomly choose. That's not what you're really suggesting, but so what you're talking about, it sounds more like a purling noise, but that's kind of really what. Like I have real data. I don't want to go totally random because the total randomness is like I may have data coinciding with like dates in July. When I go totally random, then I have to introduce logic to exclude some chunks of that random data. I have the real data, it's just marked stupidly. But I understand your suggestion. I thought of introducing some randomness too, but it's a challenging one. It still makes much more sense to me to work some sense out of this data. Most likely, this is gonna be changed because this is based on the assumption that you can't find stuff, go find the next available thing, right? And then sort of spread it out. But realistically, that is not really an informed decision, right? Because when we do know that looking here, because this is how our minds sort of make sense of this data, I should be looking here. Logically, a human mind seeing this is going to think that, well, if it snowed 1 centimeter in the last 6 hours, and then when I look at the previous 6-hour mark, nobody marked anything, and there's nothing in the previous 6 hours either. So it's safe to assume that it did not snow at all here. This is not something that is easy to discern in a recursive function. If the logic is always trying to look for the next available value and divide the period divide the amount of snow over the period, then you are distributing 1 centimeter over here, then there's the threshold problem. It's just to fill the missing values. If there's no snow, you will have there's no snow, you will have 0. So how do we determine if there's no snow? For example, T. So you are suggesting the delta is going to determine there is no snow. But then I will challenge again. What if the delta is high in a period of time where it doesn't make any sense? Then we do assume there must be snow based on delta. Okay, throw is still working. So I will fill the missing values with 0. So when that for loop is running, first time it's here. And which is this? Does AL1 exist for the current records? Which is, nope, it does not exist. Then what do we do? I'm following your logic. If the delta is bigger than 0, okay, I'm trying to write the code like for real, but it doesn't, something doesn't add up. Like the explanation is simple, but the implementation doesn't so this is running, let's say. So we are here. This is empty, and I must fill this with something, just like these values are full. So now I have to make a decision. So and let's just say we don't create a noise map or some random values when we see values missing. Maybe there's already sort of cached random values somewhere. And we are going to look at deltas of things. Can fill the missing values directly in my table. No, I mean, I don't care about writing code in Godot. That's not really a thing anyway. Stuff is coming into Godot to transform. Like there's really nothing done in Godot. Here's what was supposed to happen actually. When we look at this data, Here's where we know there's snow, 116, right? We actually found it. But we also did find that at 75 and 86 minus plus 2 because of the indexing, you would expect to see some snow values around 75. That does not even exist before it gets to Godot. This is all going to be 0 in AL, which is 14 here. The problem happened during this. This is going to output this essentially. So we haven't even gone to the Godot level yet. So of course I understand I can fill things out here, or I can correct them when I'm exporting them to this JSON file. But I don't want to manually fill this out. That's for sure. And I honestly don't want to write a single line more of like VB script either. This was weird enough to write for me anyway. So let's forget about the Godot part because that's really irrelevant. Let's say someone is asking for a file like this. I'm thinking out loud. If you look at this data file, the human mind will say, well, look, dude, do you see snow? No, 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 no. No snow. Ah, there was snow in the last 6 hours. Problem with this is that when I get to this point, the horse has already bolted, meaning I'm already 5 steps ahead in the for loop since this point, or like 6 hours ahead, 6 steps, right? Now you are telling me that it actually was supposed to be filled out here. That's really what it is. Now my for loop can only go forward at this point. So to remedy that, we said, fuck it, at any point you are going to have empty values, try to find the next available point and distribute it. That's where things get even more crazy. However, it is not differentiating this length of gap versus this length of gap, which is still kind of reasonable enough, versus from March to November, which is a horribly long gap. Instead, a human mind would actually come here and say, you know, you should really mark this as 06 000. So then when you are here, you're going to kind of find that 0 and assume this is all 0, problem solved. Here's a bit of a problem though. If I write a macro, if I say for either one of these 5 cells, kind of writing pseudocode in my mind. Sorry, I'm thinking and feels like I'm already speaking, but I'm not really speaking. If we try to write an automated process that marks this 06 triple zeros, you cannot reliably do that. So why? Because this 06 is not a fixed amount. In a different city, they mark it 12 or 24. So in fact, we could actually look at those edge cases. Tokyo doesn't get any snow. Istanbul sometimes does. I think I found a few cases. Assuming it used to be more snowy in Toronto, let's open this in Excel. Let's smarten this up. So here's another fucked up case. It says that at this hour, they reported that it actually, this report is about the previous 24 hours of snow accumulation, except the value is unknown. It's all nines. So when you get to the next one, yes, a period of 24, an unknown amount. So now we will consider this 0. So this should all be 0. We could recover from there. Okay. Again, 0, kind of weird. Okay. So that 6 is unreliable too. Let's say, now sometimes, here's where it gets really complicated. Sometimes they mix those cases. There is 6, 12, and 24 in the same file. Nevertheless, still the same problem. When I see 24, I should be distributing this value to this area. But I'm already seeing the same problem here too. This actually was good so far. Let's see. This is used to show the count. What happened? This is not exactly 24 because there are some here that I have to exclude. That's fine. But I'm confident that there is 24 hours here. And there was between this one. Now I am not confident. That's actually what I was trying to point, although I point out, although with the records down below. Yeah. So there are inconsistent gaps. Because they never really mark properly. See, a huge gap is starting. Okay. Let's look at a closer date. Year 2000. Why not? Right there. What the? So for 5 days, no one marked anything, and when they marked it, it was practically 0. Practically 0. Few more days go by. Insignificant amount of snow, just 24 hours. First, you have to fill the missing data. Yeah, Yeah, but I was just describing it's not always 6 hours. It's sometimes 6, 12, or there's even 18 and 24. 18 is rare, but sometimes you have a combination of these three in the same file too. So this is a mess. Like the whole thing is a mess. This snow field is a mess. Perhaps it's actually kind of good in Tokyo because they didn't put it, because it only takes like 1 or 2 centimeters of the snow a year. They don't mark it at all. Like it doesn't even exist here. That's the beautiful case. Let's just separate this one. Yeah. Let me do a cleanup on this too with this, because there are some extra things there. Run this. So here's a good example. January 1st, 6 in the morning. Something. Missing. January 5th, 4 days go by. And it only marks the last 24 hours, which is pretty much 0. It's all nines. So we should assume this is 0, but what is the code for this? That's the problem. So I'm thinking what you're thinking about what you're saying, like the last sentences. By normalizing, you mean the 24-hour average? Let's look at the beginning of this hour. It's okay, 0. So if I consider the first 24 hours here, I'm still gonna come across the same problem though. Because there are two major things here. One is whether I do this in Excel or in VS Code, which eventually comes here. And again, this has nothing to do with Godot. Say this is a different kind of exercise. First question. I know the air temperatures, pressure, wind speed. Does it snow in this hour? That's a yes and no question. If the answer is yes, how much snow? We cannot just assume a period of like snow and then take some value and average it out, or some kind of randomization. It's just not gonna map to other weather data here. It's still gonna fluctuate so badly that it's gonna look like, well, something tells it to snow, but it's just not physically possible to snow. Like, I'm afraid it's going to be awkward anyway. So we need to determine whether it snows or not. And then when it does snow, what is the value? This is not about just filling it, you know, that's just, we can always fill it with something. I'm not too concerned about that. Because I'm already doing it in a fucked up way anyway, like just to go find something, average that. I'm already doing that ish. You must have 4 points for each 6 hours. 4 points. To complete it to 24 hours. But see, in an automated process, how do you suggest I do it when sometimes marks 6, 12, 18, or 24, like those markers? Because we always have a forward going thing, like there is a for loop that is actually going down. Because once I'm processing this, I mean, I kind of can look backward and forward, but I'm always processing the cells, really. I cannot arbitrarily go back to the previous cells and fix them. That's I'm not doing that. A statistician, you have to fill missing data with various methods. Dismiss the column variable. Yeah, I used to do or learn for about a year data science and such with the R, NumPy, all that stuff. I actually understand what you're talking about, but you understand my problem here is that when some things are done so accurately, going about it in a arbitrary way here, just for the sake of like finding values and then they are not going to map or match and make any sense. That's where I'm afraid this is not going to go well. Because when I'm dealing with hundreds of cities or conditions here, right, I don't want to make I want to create filters that actually what's that word, chop off some of the random data, like saying that below this value you don't take it, that kind of thing. Like then that goes into a whole different territory. Can go back based on your experience or other data sources for the same period. Yeah, so the experience part, I was just talking about that. I kind of want to rule that out for a good reason, because I don't want to sit down and understand and study cities' weather pattern. Meaning, if anyone asks me a question like in this game, say you are going to be playing a city from South America, I don't want to find out about that city's weather patterns, whether it's a snowy January or whatever. And other data sources for the same period, this is the data I have. I understand what you mean. It's like look at the pattern and then, but that is already corrupted or missing. So I'm thinking it's much more easily equipped with a statistical. Most likely, I'm agreeing with you, but the data is still going to be this data. So this is, by the way, like real historical data from this government organization. Here are the records for weather stations around the world. Actually, this is should go for this one. If you look at the scroll length here, this is like thousands of cities. Of course, I'm not using every single one of them. I grabbed, what was it, 716? This one. This one is Toronto, 2010. This is the data that we are going to put in a statistical software too. So the data source is so horribly missing or corrupted, not marked properly. To fill it out randomly is going to cause the... It's so arbitrary. Like there's some intervention needed here. Well, hopefully not. That was my intention. So I'm guessing you are doing statistical analysis in your day job, or let's look. Let's look at the remaining two fields. Which is not healthy either. Sort of 9 across the board. Double O 1 9 1. Double O what? Yeah, 001 1 centimeter missing. Sure. 1 is always good. Doozy. No. Let's see if there's a pattern here. Yeah, this is gonna eventually filter it out. Fine. I have correct values for the 4 points each thing. Yeah. So yeah, you are suggesting that it should be sanitized in a sense, that we have sort of fixed 4 points. We can do this interval thing. I'm understanding that. So, but someone has to go in there and then pick those correct values, right? Let's say this is turning into a machine learning task. Like say, if a machine had to pick those correct values for us. So we could, so the remaining task would be filling out the remaining pieces. Meanwhile, I'm still looking at this, the fourth part here. This was interesting. This is interesting. 99. That actually means it's also missing too. Yeah. The quantity can never be more than 72. It's missing. Then you have cases like this too. That they said it snowed 1 centimeter, but the period is unknown. They mark it double 99 here at the beginning. So, and where do you even put the correct marker here? It's like, well, is it 6? Is it 12? Well, historically in this file so far it's been 6, but if I run the parser on different files, in this one it's suddenly 24. So, well, maybe we'll create some kind of a, I don't know. It's the problem is they are not always the increments of 6. It could be any value between. Yeah, it could actually be this. I've even seen higher values or sort of in between values like 8 hours, 9 hours in different cities. The fucked up problem. Anyway, it's a challenging problem, but maybe I'm kind of losing interest in there. What is nice is that we are somewhere in late March, and according to our threshold values, it is not supposed to snow. It's not snowing. The temperature is beautiful. In fact, if the days get warmer and we go over 19 degrees, we will even have humidex. Looking at the pressure that is dropping, this is when we should probably kick in the rain. That's a whole other mechanic. But it's going to be similar to snow because it was suffering from the same problem, except they marked this one. They mark this more regularly. Even if it's 0, they marked it 0. So that's good news. So in rain, we won't have so many of these problems. In let's see here. Yeah. So there are some. This is the filter down. So this is mostly regular. So this is what's missing in here. Really. Standardize the data. Yeah, the data has to be data layer is not solid. Worst case scenario, I am assuming I have a lot of other data points, such as this, especially these 3. It's going to be like forecast, whether there should be here anything or not. If there should be something, . my guess is in most cases like this, in most of these missing cases like this situation, the decision-making process here, simple question. Under these conditions, is it supposed to snow or not? Most likely the answer will be no. So then I will mark them 0 anyway. When I do get the answer as yes, I'm guessing that yes answer will be close to the hour here. Then I can still implement my go lookup. The gap is so small, it's okay. I will work out the thresholds, they work just fine. Actually, maybe I won't even need the thresholds because the same kind of logic, under these conditions, it's not supposed to snow. So between March and November, we'll just say, well, it's not possible anyway. Then these values could be extrapolated much more meaningfully than, well, it says 6 hours, but under this logic, we are spreading it over 12 hours. That's fucked up. And create a model for missing data, linear regression, logistic. Yeah, the cleaning. And when you say my data must be clean, well, it is clearly not clean because this is how they kept the data. But then question is, are you suggesting I clean it manually? And that's where I will say, no, I understand why I must do it. But that's the exact reason why I don't want to do it, because I'll do this hundreds of times. For accuracy's sake, is it required? Yes, I agree. But then I have other concerns. That's why maybe I shouldn't. Let's ask this simple question here. Let's always start with the dumbest questions. It's not exactly temperature, but there are other conditions here. So like how? So if I could get some kind of basic formula, right? Doesn't have to, like, so far I've been doing a lot of things scientifically. If I could get some kind of relationship between different values, I have them. So because it's also about pressure too. It's not always, oh, below 0 it snows automatically. I know that's not true. Would have snowed all the time in Canada. It's about moisture. And then dew point will play a role. And actually moisture is basically the relationship between the temperature and dew point. As a general rule, snow will not form if the ground temperature is at least 5. Because here's the thing. When you look here and here, like they say this for a reason. Sometimes we get warnings like it's gonna start snowing like 5 in the afternoon, whatever, because they know some of these things will reach a certain peak value or low value. Then like look at this, like this is so humid, like these two are approaching, it's supposed to rain, and it's, yeah, it shows it's going to rain. In fact, it's been raining today. So if we get a yes or no answer, Are you missing? Yes. Is it supposed to be full with something? Yes. Then figure out. If it's no, just leave it 0. So we could actually do that. So your last comment is every model needs data cleaning. Agree. And a clear understanding of the column variables that are going to be used. Yes, definitely. Kind of cheating on the cleaning part because I really feel like that's not the task I want to get into. It's also difficult to make that cleaning manually too. A human being has to sit down here and say, make sense of this data. It's like, well, what do I actually fill here? And you do that for, let me show you, close to 10,000 lines. So I don't think anyone would like to do that unless you get paid. But scientifically, science of snow. So maybe there's some basic calculator, something like put in these values, sort of. Does it snow? Does it snow calculator? Snow day predictor. Will I have snow tomorrow? It's the weekend. Try again. What the? Really? Yeah, R is the pandas. I used to use pandas, but that was like 8 years ago. NumPy, SciPy, yeah, I think all those things can fill out the missing data there. Honestly, right now, I wouldn't know where to start with those libraries. First to remember the syntax, but then also how to choose the arguments to the functions. Because I'm not able to make that kind of call right now, usually speaking. If I could write such logic at the expense of spending hours writing a macro in VB script, I could still try it. Let's see. Let's go with this snow thing. Enter weather data manually. I like that. But I don't get this. What? Okay. Snow probability calculator. Thank you. This is it. Air temperature. Let's look at real data. 2 degrees. I think these guys already looked it up for me, so I'm thankful. Humidity, or this is just maybe, I don't know, lucky. Humidity is 94. Submit. We have periods of rain. Sure. It's not exactly no. Here's a test we can do. Let's go to day M here. Temperature is minus 10.3. Oh, okay, this is the description. Very slim chance of snow, but don't count on it. Okay, so this actually worked. And when I type this data, it should show me high chance of snow. If I calculate relative humidity, which actually is in a different calculator, which was I think this one. So minus 10 point some shit. 3. Yeah, minus 12.7 is due. Which gives you this 82 and a half. Quality more saturated. It will snow. Okay, bingo, we have a winner. Wow. We have proof someone knows. Will we know how it's done? Is the question. Reverse engineer. So input type submit. Ooh, that's what I noticed. When I pressed this button, it was not done in the page. It was not done through an Ajax call either. It was sent to the server. And I cannot see that. However, I think there was a call to, let's see. I thought I saw a JSON call here. Could be. Did I see that? Something. Okay. This is part of the widget. Not good. You know, I feel brave or foolish. Where was that? Wasn't this? Was equations. Yeah, that's actually what I'm looking for. I may have I worked with this long time ago. Not this one, but the upper link, I think. Yeah, I implemented this this thing too, but also this was very complicated for calculating the evaporation. This felt like can we find the precipitation I'm optimistic. Yeah, we need to find the data. This is in a sense this is a similar thing. Like there's actually a curve here, which is talking about the water. Forgot the technical term. It's about saturation and something like that. Yeah, they depend on equations and well, models versus equations, whether they are the same thing or not, interchangeable. We'll see. Can I search generally here precipitation, or should I find it water cycle? You mean here or just general water cycle is the keyword? Water systems about the... I think you meant the keyword. Is there something about weather, thermodynamics? Ooh. It's a long page. No precipitation. Water boiling points at higher temperature. Condensation. To the top. So let's look. Condensation. No. Material properties. Air. Water. Saturation pressure versus... It's about... gas liquid equilibrium. Okay. Yes. Worth a shot. So 100, it's 1. The scale is kind of weird, but this is it. What am I looking at? Pressure of water, same thing. It's the okay PSI value instead of bar. And this is, I see, Fahrenheit, same. since I have no idea how this works. Can that be deduced from what I have? Let's look for a simpler. Nope. Oh, I think I kind of know what I'm looking for. I don't know how it's. There is a calculator. There is that. What was it called? Super something point. It exists in 3 states. This is not it though. This is a different application. This is going to the same. The probability of precipitation is snow, derived from daily air temperature. F. Okay, I can deal with F. For high elevation areas. Copy from stream, paste. Follow state. High temperature. I see that F and or I see that's separated in 4. Skimming. Okay. Yeah, this is what I have also noticed too, that you could have snow in temperatures warmer than 0. It is possible. And by the same token, we cannot always assume if it's less than 0, it snows. This is what I'm using in a sense, which is this website. Okay. Let me read the title again. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is so thank you for the article. We'll see if we can turn this into code, but it's looking promising. The relations between this linear functions between figure 3 except station line. So each one of these is a station, I'm guessing, but although they are shifted, the what's the name for it? The coefficient is the same. The derivation is the same. Maybe this station is at a higher altitude or lower. We'll figure that out. We'll see. This is this guy's 74 function. However, okay, average data temperature. Yeah, they use the linear regression. Yeah. It still doesn't solve the problem of whether at that exact hour does it snow or not. But I think what I can do there is something smart. If I get the daily average, there's still going to be a lot of work here, but I can compare a particular hour's temperature versus the daily average. And if it's close enough, something is forming up in my mind. I'll read the rest. Yeah, the slopes of the lines are similar. Yeah. And we could assume 10% drop or 11% drop. Okay, fine. The average lower limit probability of snow is 100%. Was 0 with an average upper limit of approximately 9. Yeah, I see. This is the min max, okay. This goes back to the, well, if it's less than 0, they assume it's always snowing. But this is about their elevation there, their condition. If someone made this, like did this study in a different part of the world, around the same elevation, but instead of 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, the curve would change. Okay, but I do have the real data. But I think you're referring to a different data that I don't have. All the rest here, like this is all real data. This is in fact the data that these guys are using too. The reference they made to a government website is the same website I used to download it. It is probably like official weather forecast. I see. It's like, yeah. So this is they averaged it out as 11%. This is the, yeah, okay. So what was this one? Yeah, dew point tribal. This is a right. This might be a good start for me to put some things in the right context. So what I'm gonna do is it's the same thing, right? Yeah. So what I'll do is copy this, and this is not exactly equation, but I'll edit. Yeah. So that's that. So I'll keep this handy. That's fine. Let's see if we can still find something here that is. I think so. I have the air temperature. I can actually. That's what they were suggesting at the end. There is this dry bulb. Suggest or this one. This one. I do have this, and I think this is calculated from something I have. In fact, this is actually the normal temperature that I have. Yeah, this is the normal air temperature. So I do have both. So it's these two. So where is it? This. So marks. Let's see. Okay, compare the use of dew point. Phase discrimination. That's it. Okay, phase. This is what there is going to be some calculator about that. Three-phase equilibrium. This is it. And before we get to the nitty-gritty of this, okay, this is sort of going in the right direction. A little bit weird. And how do I know this? Because I already did something kind of like this. No, this one. This. Where is it? So it sort of starts off like this. Then this Q is broken down to this. And then these two are calculated with pressure, air temperature. So a lot of these decimals here, this 273 Kelvin conversion and such. This reminds me of that. So okay, just browsing right now. Okay. Just a quick break. Okay, dinner is going to be around in half an hourish, maybe 40 minutes. Until then, let's do crazy shit. Okay. End of the day, there's going to be probably a much simpler calculation somewhere. I'm just skimming things. Yeah, this is kind of what we are going for. There is going to be that diagram that I remember where things sort of merge. Either way, below a certain graph, certain line, things will be icy. You could look for an image. We'll probably find it. Here we go. So the fact that this is done, we have the values. Yeah, we could force our luck to find the calculation or the equation that actually gives you this graph. But either way, given these two values, we could write a Boolean function that says, well, ice or no ice, that sort of thing. This is a different thing. Yeah. So we could it isn't going to be as simple as like if it's 0 and then this temperature size, like because the computer won't know. Maybe it will be here, right? It's not a perfect line. We could pretend. So this is gonna happen eventually, which means let me look at the rest of this. Interesting. Gas liquid equilibrium pressure. This is the gas liquid. So atmospheric pressure. Okay, so here's a quick look. Let's say 1. It's kind of redundant anyway. We know it boils at 100, so anything less than 100 it's liquid, and over it is steam. We do know that. Pressure is this is bar. So how many bars here is 1 atmosphere? Let's go to the beginning. I think there was something here. I do not know how to convert the two, but temperature, oh, this is even Kelvin. Okay, 212 Fahrenheit is going to be gas, or over 212, so anyway, they have done their thing, so this is still not going to be that relevant to us. Quick equation. The line in between the origin and triple. Let's look here. I may have to go with a simple equation or like graph. Like, I think that's what you are getting at. The line between the origin and triple point. Yes, if we don't consider it as a curve, yeah, we could go about it that way. Saturation. Oh, but this is melting point. Okay, but now we know 14.7 psia is 1 atmosphere. When you get to 212, okay, boiling, fine. When I saw the Prandtl number in other pages, here's maybe how to calculate it. That's fine too. Okay, here's search. What are we looking for? We are looking for just type snow. Freezing mixtures and cooling agents. Solids, melting and boiling temperatures. Ice or snow. Okay. This is just a table though for snow, right? Water. Yeah, it's just down table. If it thinks of solids as like solid, like ice, snow, water. Yeah. Precipitation. The thing is, something as simple as this might where was it? This is just one site. They may have something else that actually gives us a way to reverse engineer it, or we'll go about it a bit more scientifically. This. That's different. Bots are active today. They keep. Let's look at this document again, and then marks. Okay, various papers have estimated the probability of snow as a function of air temperature. I will look up these papers. However, these have all been in environments that are not continental, not semi-arid, such as Colorado. There are numerous regions of the world that do not receive much precipitation but are cold most of the time. Okay. Here's Fastnacht Sulis here. This is the one. Implications during transitional periods of improvements to the snow processes. The title doesn't sound like this explanation, but let's look it up. Atmosphere, ocean 40. I don't think I have access. There. Is there any formula as equation of state for water? SearchGate. You know, if you find such a formula, this will stand for end of suffering. I do remember this formula from university years. Huh. Yeah, this. Let's look. Excuse me. This is pushing the same shape to the left. No, let me see. 240. I see the scale is different. Depends on how far. Yeah. We're either going to the end of the line or end of the suffering. Might be at the same place. So I'm imagining how this is mapping out here, which is okay. Let me. Where is it? This guy. Let's start with another one. Let's call this end of suffering. So let's just dump this here. See what it does. I'll fix it, of course. So the let's say temperature is T. We need constants, so let's say pressure. This is going to be between some. I'm calling it 1. We'll adjust the steps. This is the pressure. Let's take this down here. So it's going to go from 0 to 700. Let's do that. Steps could be 1. When it says 12 like that, it kind of means both. And what is only plot inequalities of x and y. Wow, call. Do you do anything at all here? What's the x's over? Yeah, there you go. So this is going to push it to the right. We need more stuff. So it is 273 plus something, but it's also between 300 and 325. This is, by the way, Fahrenheit. No, Kelvin, sorry, my bad. Eventually we'll get to some equation that will give us this. Of course, the question will be, still need a Boolean answer. So keep going. Before dinner comes, let me store this, because I feel like I'm just going to bail out quickly at some point. Oh, I already downloaded. Okay, duh. Yeah. Skim, skim, skim. Skim. Skimming a lot. This was kind of important. This is it. Ice, liquid, vapor, triple point. Skim, skim, skim. Okay. So this is if I want to go really deep into this. So there is something here, okay, about this, which I could put into that other equation. This, okay. So let's try this one. This is the same PMP value. I'm assuming that the one that I just typed in the equation, the rest has to be worked out. Let's just take this one first, even this. So this is some other no. Let's call you y. And it's an equality. Okay. So this is the same thing as p. Okay. What is it? Plus some number times 10. Okay. This squared p. Doesn't look like it's going in the right direction, but let's keep going. Minus something. D cube. Oh. Let me check some of those graphs. Where was it? Okay. Here. I might be wrong, but it's as if I am. I'm somewhere here. This is that 180. I'm right here with this. Well, I think that's going to be it for today. After dinner, I'll probably take some time off. So let's recap. Stream goals. So we are 95% done with attaching weather data. This, which needs a lot of cleanup and such. But we are able to attach those elements to snow events. And the simulation has been running in the background for the last hour or so. This is later in the year, there is no snow and it's kind of reflected, temperatures are okay. We are simulating the case where there is supposed to be snow in the data, the snow kicks in. The missing link is whether there should be snow in some hours or not, and that how much snow there should be. Those points are missing in the records, and there has been some work done previously to fill in the missing data, which was a very basic filling function. We are looking for a much better system to fill the information, to eliminate the human intervention. To that end, we've been investigating things like this so that we could decide based on the available data we have whether we will be in the solid case or liquid case, that kind of thing, which will require some more investigation. And we found, what is it, basic calculators such as this, which is also giving the result. So we'll either go with a simple calculator like this, but the difficulty with this one is that we couldn't reverse engineer because the code is not exposed, or we could go really deep with papers like this, which is really accurate, but maybe it's an overkill, so maybe we'll find something in between. Either way, that kind of research is not going to fit in tonight's schedule because I'm hungry. So we'll most likely continue this tomorrow afternoon. So have a very good night and great weekend. See you later.